trying to give me a 3-pod tandem, but never happened. No. Yeah, that's what Rich was telling me. They're looking at a few. Yep, we're gonna need them. He's trying to find the best used trailers he can find. Yeah, he bought them out of St. Louis. They were doing what we're doing. I looked at one. Too small of a sleeper for me. They did pull the blowers off of them. They had hydraulic PTO tanks. Yeah, he got lucky, got 2 blowers already, and they wouldn't sell him no more. Yeah, they had a 60-40 split tank on the passenger side, so they're letting the back ones out. Yeah, he's going to convert it into a full-size fuel tank and then put it back on. Oh, yeah? That red one in the shop, I thought I had when I looked at it, it looked like... trailer that kept light. Yeah, that 3-pod temple, an old sand trailer. I think trailer 53 is the last stand trailer, isn't it? No, I like to get up underneath my 2-pod so I can just go on a self-load at Astro. That's crazy. Good grief. This truck is too long for the self-load. Yeah, I'm good on all that. Oh boy, the end of this track is a good old mud hole. When you pull out, go that way towards that car, there's a big ass hole in there. Now this is off me, isn't it, Billy? said they had one loader running two different products, so hard to say. Sound like the rail yard. Yeah, the rail yard has no working motors. Yep, and they have no pneumatics. Don't know. Thinking they're going to send them down to the POCAS to do the lawn work and start trying to figure out how to use the loaders down there for the grain stuff Joey's got going on. Yeah, feed and all this other shit. Yeah, he's setting it up and POCAS now. Be better off for us. Yeah, every time I went by this place, I always thought it was an abandoned rail yard. I don't know how they're getting by. They don't get that many business that I can tell. Well, they got that fucking corner over behind us, leased out to CDR. Yeah, I think they go to that CDR over there for hazmat and stuff.
JB Hunt, you know better than that.
Yeah, if they give it just a little bit of time, then we'll probably be seeing all that over here again. Why is that? I believe it. Yep. up right in the middle of a Brooklyn Way. I've never owned one. Right. Plan with the new Dodge Daytona, that's why they have an engine bay and a transmission tunnel. The plan was to release the 5.7 Hemi back into a I like my Ram. Leave it to you, Billy. Leave it to you. They're working on getting rid of the logo. That's why everything you see nowadays just is the Ram.
Good morning, everybody. Hey, John, come on, 244, good morning, where are you? Where are you?
8. I don't know, but they're loading that track 3 instead of track 4. Yeah, they're working on it. Yeah, I watched the news last night before bed. This fucking rain goes all the way to the end of the month. Ain't no telling. I don't even see that being possible.
2244. Ain't getting out there this morning, but anyway, y'all have a good morning. We're standing by for you.
I didn't even think about it either. Metal. I mean, it makes more sense. We'll always do one. Yeah. out it. But it makes more sense through the bucket. Everybody has to work all the time now, especially Spinnaker. And wholesome. Now everybody's pitching a plane in the boys, tank top, cut off sleeves.
What the fuck do I do with this damn thing?
Right. Provide a damn stand for us to stand on, so we don't fall. Yeah, the only one that's got one is Jerry. Be nice to have that automatic catch. Damn. That's sad people do that.
They couldn't leave part of it too long, but I think about 3 minutes. I think the cars come on.
Sound like they're down there chalking it up and backing you up now.
1950 feet tonight. Oh, yeah, that's quiet.
What you doing, Scorpio? Good morning out there. Easy Money and others out there in the distance. Well, I guess you heard the Pokes died. Yeah. It's all over the news. Roger that. Well, it looks like a beautiful day, but I don't know if it's going to stay nice. It's working. Sounds good. Hello.
Yeah, quiet on my home front. 244. Good morning.
Good morning. 244. Well, I know one thing you'll be doing today, I think. I'll be sleeping today. I know that for sure. Roger that. Oh, yeah. I forgot your schedule, but... Yeah, old big time's on his way over. Roger that. I guess you must have said that he could have something. Oh, I'm sure there'll be something over here he'll be interested in.
Yeah, I don't look for my experience. again about 6 o'clock today or tomorrow. I just don't believe in a mail system.
I guess this is your day off. I know you work nights, but
It's my day off.
right, that's what I thought.
Must be nice.
Well, I guess earlier, all the usual characters were on the radio.
Oh yeah. Would have been nice, but apparently not. There's no lack of entertainment on Channel 19 here.
No doubt about it. That has to be a true statement for sure. And all of them entertainers out there, they know who they are. I guess you heard we lost a couple of people down here in Moore in the floodwaters recently.
No? Don't surprise me.
Roger, just a few blocks away from my house.
Oh yeah, I guess it was on the news, wasn't it?
Roger, yeah. It'd been kind of like almost bone dry, and then all of a sudden, boom, we got all that.
Well, everybody over here is intact. Down my street, my antenna, my flag, it's all still up, so it's all matters.
Roger. Well, my property's not damaged either.
But we still do have some coming in.
Radio checker's working. You're welcome. You're clear. You sound like you're out there a ways, but anyway, I'm in way south, down in Moore.
Can I have a radio check?
Roger, okay. Well then, you're not all that strong if you're pretty close. Morning, with me? Oh, can't complain. Another day above ground's a good day. Morning there, Whippy.
Good morning.
Are you driving down 134th Street?
No, I'm on Eastern right here in front of the school.
Yeah, well, yeah, you sound, I thought you sounded pretty close, like you're in my neighborhood.
That's not good. I'm from Red Blood Street right now.
How's this radio sound? I guess all the children are excited to be going to school, I hope.
Yeah, Tim. That's about Douglas coming into town. It looks like there was an ocean up here in town. There was fog all over the whole town. You can't even see the town. It looks like there was water, like a big lake.
Roger that.
When they turn that echo up so bad where you can't understand nothing,
You heard we had a couple people lost their lives in the flooding around here recently.
did that mess up anything?
Roger. I think it was actually South 12th, but anyway.
Roger that.
Yeah, that general area, yeah. Roger. You know, down there where there's a bridge, and so anyway, somebody made the wrong decision driving the water.
Is that better?
Roger.
Right here on Main Street, Norman.
I'm pretty careful.
Yeah, you're about 3 miles from it.
I hear somebody down there on Main Street in Norman. We're working on that deal. Anyway, I've got a fan coming.
You're good?
Well, I hope so, but I already got a fan, but I got that for something of mine, and it works all right. It just, man, it makes a lot of racket. I mean, it's like a helicopter over there in the corner. Even across the room, it's way too loud. I assume that you'd feel the same way about it, so I've got something that's not near as powerful, that ought to work and not make as much noise, not near as much. Roger that. wasn't monitoring all of that, but I assume, and you're talking about the, you know, the same old bickering and fighting. I guess it did. Roger. Roger that. Roger that, yeah, it's a bottomless well of entertainment. And so I hope all the contributors live forever. Roger? Well, cool. Roger. You said she's 50?
She's 76.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Roger, all right. You Casanova. It's amazing what, you know, if you eat right and exercise, what it'll do for you.
Get plenty of exercise, I guess, up there on stage jumping around.
Roger. Maybe even other times, but who knows?
Yeah. Good looking as she is, I bet she got plenty of exercise.
Roger that.
See you later, Randy. Hey, Ben. Be careful, man. See you later. Okay. Appreciate everything you did. Careful, we'll do it again. Yeah, thank you, buddy. Possible, still a kind of time I got. I guess I'll call you when I get close. How much more do you got to go?
Radio's working.
Call me when you get on the road if you want to.
Yeah, well, I think I'm just going to drive my Bobo to bed. You have yourself a fine ride. I know one time that first cup of coffee hit spot.
And for I'm still sipping on my boat.
Roger. secure. Be right back with the refill.
I'm being quiet. Being quiet.
Blow that top of that trailer off. I know.
I am Mahu, king of the elevator.
Are you kidding me, bro? Trying to back against the highway?
And it's another wonderful day in paradise.
Scorpio.
Buffalo, what's new and exciting?
Oh, it's waking up.
Roger. Well, good morning.
Morning.
I guess you already found out the Pope died.
Yeah, somebody gave a speech yesterday and died today.
Roger. Well, I bet among other things in his speech he criticized our deportations.
Oh no, I didn't watch it.
Roger, well, me neither, but
Morning, motherfucker.
What's that?
Gizmo. Waving some hands.
Well, good morning.
Good morning out there, gunslinger, good day. Morning, gunslinger. Good morning.
Hope everybody's having a wonderful Monday morning. Oh, yeah. On top of the world, living the dream.
The goose is cooked, you know that, right?
Roger. Well, I know a certain operator who says that quite a bit on the radio, no doubt. It might be that America's goose is cooked if Trump's policies don't work. That shit better work.
Oh, Roger.
It's gotta work. It's on Twitter. Oh, not that guy. No doubt.
Oh, Burton, hell yeah. Yeah, fuck that guy. Burton. Me and my brother both go down and work 2 minutes back to back. Come on.
Big time buying everybody's breakfast. No doubt about it. He's a big rich noodler, one-armed noodler. You saying I sound like big time? Don't you be calling me no big time. Who's that? Easy money, come on.
For a good time.
Play my hand, dog.
Wrong, easy money. Good morning, easy money number 2.
That's what I'm talking about.
Wave your hands, Scorpio, Bubby, everybody else out there, come on. And Gizmo, I hope you're having a great Monday morning. Yeah, I'm sure glad you got the channel secured. No doubt about it. Well, at least you don't have to go around the tail.
We're trying to keep it locked down, come on.
Come on, go. Me and 39 did it together. And now all you gotta do is take the stairs.
Hell yeah. I hate this up the stairs.
Buffalo, put your big boy drawers on. We're coming to get you. Take you go fishing.
Is that where you going fishing?
Heck yeah. Well, I guess I'm curious, but maybe I shouldn't ask about your secret fishing hole. I ain't nothing secret. That's where we go all the time down there at Weber's Falls. Roger that. Ain't nobody like making that drive anyway. They rather stay up here and fish in these junky old holes. Roger. Well, sound like a pretty country down there.
It better be. Hopefully it ain't underwater.
Roger. I've been down there, but it's been a while. That's one of my dreams, is actually to have a mountaintop property down there and build a big radio station, and you know the rest of the story.
Heck yeah, I'm going to have me a houseboat and drop my coax in the water, use the whole river as my antenna.
Well, I'm talking about the mother of all saltwater linears, whatever.
Heck yeah. I'm be worldwide.
No doubt about it, and there's nothing wrong with being worldwide. Yeah, one time I went on that Skyline Drive down there. That was quite an experience.
10-4.
And I was decades earlier, and we had a CB. We had the 61 Chevy with a pair of 102-inch stainless steel whips and ball and spring mounts mounted back, on both sides of the trunk, and with the, proper phasing harness. I know one thing, even barefoot on top of that Skyline Drive, I was able to talk way out there.
Cold phase.
I think I was communicating with Fort Smith and other spots out there.
Dang it.
When I first got this Dimly radio, I was talking to South Carolina, North Carolina, Arkansas, Southern California. Now I can't get nobody on there at all. I guess all I have got to do is skip, huh? Yeah, you can get out of it all, right there at all. Well, I know when I first got this video, I was ready to back out there. Now I just really get out and cross the curb, come on. But I will put out one day. I hate horses. They kick.
I guess the kid that died in the flood waters went to Apple Creek Elementary.
Man, when is people gonna quit driving in high water anyway? Come on, man. Yeah, I parked my truck, got on a horse, but man, I love horses. I hate them because they suck to kick the fuck out of you. Come on, man.
Nice turn signal.
Well, maybe one of these days these idiots will quit grabbing fucking high running water, come on, but I doubt it.
Man, you need to use your fucking turn signal, man.
Now,
Yeah, you in that fucking flatbed. Start using your turn signal.
Yeah, well, every day I walked up in the water, instead of a horse up in the water, the motherfucker could fire.
I was talking to you. Use your fucking turn signal before you get somebody hurt, you old fuck.
What the fuck, I put your horse, motherfucker, knock me down, come on.
well, I may be hearing some DX out there, I'm not sure.
You expect everybody else to bow down to you because you're some old fucker out here on the fucking road. That's why people got bad habits, people like you.
Somebody sounded like they're on a rant.
No, we're not in a hurry. But you switched lanes right in front of me, you stupid fucker, and you didn't even see me.
Mercy, he just wants to be your hood ornament driver.
Why didn't you use your fucking turn signal then?
Well, that's the reason.
You fucking damn sure didn't. Either you need to pull over and check your fucking trailer, you old fucker, because the lights ain't working.
Mercy, somebody's getting their blood pressure too high.
Hey, your radio sounds good, man.
They'll be okay after they get the fuck on down the highway.
Right there is how people get hurt, and that's what gives us truck drivers a bad name, because of people like you.
Well, driver, maybe you'll run into him later, like at a rest area or truck stop, and you'll be able to deliver the rest of your message.
No, you just need to mind your own business when two people are talking.
Roger, well, it's very easy to shut me up. You got that on-off switch.
How about you shut the fuck up and turn the radio off?
That's easy to do. I just told you, you got the left-hand knob solution, one size fits all.
On here every morning. You between you and no deep throat, y'all both make trouble every morning for everybody.
Roger that.
We're on the boulevard.
You got that big radio envy.
But get that pretend or fucking talk off.
You guys already know what
Stick your beak in that windshield and get the fuck on down high.
their chair at their house. They know everything about everything.
No doubt about it, probably been mad his whole life.
Out here on this highway, you can see what
He probably
he's
should.
doing. Got to get his 2 cents in every morning. Guy ain't never drove a damn truck in his life, so he wouldn't know what to do. Got him hooked on a CB, and now he can't quit.
Since they're so professional truck drivers.
No doubt about it. I bet that driver gets up mad every day, goes all through the day mad, goes to bed mad, has mad dreams.
Bet he don't, because I'm the motherfucker you're talking to, buddy. But whenever I got stupid people out here on the road that do me shitty, I'm going to say something. That's what this CB's for. Awareness. Not to get on here and talk politics, act like you know everything. It's out here to be used properly.
That's right. That's right. Anytime you're mad at somebody, to give them a piece of your mind, that's the proper use of the CB.
When he does it multiple times, yeah, I'm going to say something.
I thought that's what Facebook was for.
Yeah. And the rest of them.
Like you said, you do this every morning. It's routine for you 7 days a week.
Hell, he said to my Facebook up on the radio all the time, Richie.
Now you're regurgitating the same old bullshit. I bet you all went to that very same truck driving school. That's where you learned it.
All right, what?
Oh, actually I did. I damn sure did there, buddy. There's assumption again. You thinking you know everything.
It's the main course of study, and there's shit talking on the CB.
What we're talking about, prove us wrong. That's all you gotta do is prove us wrong, we'll shut up.
All you got to do is just turn that right knob and go up a channel or go up 10 or 12. Get off here. Why are you on 19?
Well, you think you own Channel 19? I know you. A lot of drivers say it's a truck driving channel, commercial channel, but this is just Citizen Van is what it is. Any citizen can operate on this channel or any CB channel.
Yeah, you still ain't answered the question. Why are you on Channel 19 now?
I don't have to answer to you. I mean, you're not anybody special out there for me to have to account to.
That goes for you too there. That goes for you. We don't have to explain ourselves to you. There you go.
Boys, come on.
But you keep telling me to shut up and others to shut up. You got the left-hand knob solution to shut us all up.
It's like you can turn the right one, go up to another channel that ain't got so many truck drivers on. We're on this channel because it's the most popular channel, which is occupied by truck drivers and has been for years. Way before you were born there, Slick.
I don't know. You don't quite understand who you're talking to. I've probably been around longer than you, but it's all good. I mean, I'd trade places with somebody younger. Well, you know, you can guess how old I am. It's all good.
You ain't 70 years old. That's the thing, you're not. We all know you're not 70 years old.
He got one of them visual CBs. He can see you.
No doubt about it. I've been accused of being in certain ages. I mean, some people say they can see me in their signal strength meter. I'm so strong, maybe that's what's going on.
I think he sees you in his sleep because you be talking to him every morning.
We got in his head. Yeah, we got him all controlled.
You ain't got nothing but annoyance is all you got.
I think you had first day your spaceship landed on this planet.
Like I said, there's other channels besides 19, bud.
Roger, well, I mean, you can keep on making that statement, but you're not the one who makes the decision about what channel that Alan Puzar operates on.
Ain't that funny? We do the same thing. We do the same thing you're telling you. Right up and down. Come on.
Roger, but nobody made you tell me or others to shut up, so that's why that statement got made in response to you regurgitating your shut up stupid bullshit. And stand by while I get a refill.
Go get you some more cocaine, snort up your nose.
Yeah, it don't matter. We be going down the road here in a little bit anyway, so it won't matter. I don't know about everybody else to hear this radio, but, you know, I just walk around all the fucking time. I just hear my radio. Come on. I just jump in when I can. See, like right now, I don't want to hear about EDD radio where I'm at. Come on. So, hell, I just have fun when I can. So y'all big fight the way y'all want you and you get pissed off and share the fucking radio.
Radios.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not going to share my CD with your ass, but we can fucking own CD and share the airwaves and hell, you're a whole lot better. Come on. Well, so much for that shit. Put that note to some people on here, they like to get on here and start some shit, and just fucking run and be laughing about it. Look what I did. That'll all up and all that.
I'm pretty sure all them co-drivers out there are writing all this shit down.
Seems like traffic's moving.
Yeah, I think you have to get back. Come on, let's compensate with the truck stop.
Usually that 40 eastbound sitting down there at the standstill. Now he's rolling right along.
Yeah, I just learned how to carry the big boys on there. That's all I did.
It's another wonderful day in paradise.
Yeah, some come to get some, you don't want some, don't get no face, you won't be none. If you get no face, you won't be some, come on.
On top of the world, living the dream. And remember Moondog's law. Don't start no shit, and there won't be no shit.
Oh yeah, knock it down one at a time, come on. Well, yeah, it's easy to hear it's time to go home, fight for your own fucking country, your own right.
Except for that one disturbance, I'm pretty sure the traffic appears to be moving fairly normally out there this morning.
Yeah, but you know what I noticed when I get out about every fucking day? These motherfuckers are speeding like a motherfucker and always in a goddamn hurry.
Roger, everybody wants to be somewhere. They should have left 4 hours earlier.
You know, I drive 5 miles over the speed limit, but when they got down to a past speed, they're asking for it, they're asking speed to come on.
There's way too many high-pressure assholes out there. That's all good. I took the stairs.
They're passing on the right, turn that fucking car, touch the left, towards the top, and lower the down. Come on.
At least the coffee's still good.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah on the coffee. You know, I think Moses, I think I want to try Maxwell House this time.
No doubt about it.
I mean, I really don't know why. I mean, shit, I used to sit there milking my coffee anyway, so it's for the business.
Just in case you decide to sandbag in the morning for the first time ever, good morning, Roughneck. What? Roughneck's out there? Oh, in my dreams, he's out there. One thing about Roughneck, he basically just does stuff and then talks about it later. It's all good. I guess him and his wife might be, you know, how they got the RV, they might be back on the road.
Well, you know, if I was losing my home, I wouldn't tell nobody, hey, I'm going on vacation for a week. I'd just fucking say, I'm gone. I didn't say a word. Why tell everybody you're going to be gone?
Roger, well, I know nobody else that I know does that either. I don't do that.
Yeah, when I leave, I just leave. I don't tell nobody. That way they'll never know if I'm home or not.
Like you can tell them all about your world cruise later after you get back. But he's got, let's just say, some relatives who guard the Ponderosa with their lives, so it doesn't matter.
I hear what you're talking about. I hear you saying.
Good morning out there, water pump, if you're sandbagging.
I just loaded, I just let one of my nephews' horses, and all of a sudden I turned my butt, and the fucking old coat took the bucket out of it, boy. I tell you what, that motherfucker's fucking tiring now.
Oh, coffee's gone. Gotta go put the cup up. Roger that on the empty coffee cup. But it sure was good while it lasted, wasn't it? It does look like it's a beautiful day for a deportation flight.
Yeah, it would be nice if deport some people, come on.
The deportation flight, in fact, they're blacking the skies with deportation flights. Make America great again.
Yeah, I'm about to say some of these fucking politicians and fucking prisoners. Deport all these illegals.
Roger. Yeah, okay, driver. I guess we're going to have to give you a handle related to that jerky turkey stuff. I don't have a comment on that. Roger that. Roger, I would say just leave him over there.
Yeah, no, I'm the reason. Democrats are on the sinking ship. Some of us are progressive.
Let's let the other guys worry about the red tape for a change.
cool, so watch out.
Maybe we'll have some DX. I think I heard some coming in yesterday, late in the day.
Nice done. Nice done, Trey, nice done. Dang, Bobtail, get on moving. You're holding up traffic to get on the interstate. Yeah.
Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, supposed to get more rain. Friday like 8%. No, 19, come on. Quiet. Feel like it's been a while.
I lost the torque.
Yes, sir. That's gonna piss them off.
Over here some more, little boy.
money number 2. I guess you might have already reached your destination out there, but I'm not sure. Oh, no. Oh, it's going to take you an hour or 2, but maybe you're out of range already, probably.
I don't know if they got room in there for all this shit or not.
It's either all or nothing on channel 19. you out there? Guess not.
Yeah, I didn't hear him either.
Roger.
You didn't get no flood damage, did you?
Negative. Yeah, we're kind of on the hillside.
Oh, fool. Well, it was my buddy's truck that landed on top of that Jeep. So.
Oh, got it.
Him and his son were going to get his daughter. I guess she had stalled out somewhere. And he hit that water, and he's like, I gotta turn off here. I can't go through this. It was just too late.
Roger. Yeah, well, I was out and about. I went to dinner. And so on my way going to dinner, of course it was raining, and I went through some water, like, you know, under the railroad trestle on 19th. I mean, it was just getting to be some water down there, not too much, but on the way back there was too much, and I had to find another route. And anyway, my detour was quite a ways around.
Yeah, 10-4.
And of course, you know why I couldn't take fourth. I had to keep on going to find and up there on Maine, yeah, there was a good bit of water out there by the PD. Yeah, I went through it, but, you know, I probably shouldn't have, but anyway.
Yeah, I guess shortly after that, they routed people behind the police station.
Roger. And then got over there, you know, on the main drag going south, and then I saw flashing lights down there where it happened, and I knew good and well that must have been what was going on. So I went ahead and took another detour and kind of found my way home.
Yeah, 10-4. Damn mess.
Roger. Yeah, that's too bad. I guess the child that died in that went to Applegate Elementary.
Yeah, they were both, well, I know the guy that lived is a paramedic. He's a friend of, another friend of a friend of mine's that works with him, I guess. But yeah, it's a really sad deal. Lost his wife and his kid.
Roger. But I would assume they were on that side street and got swept over in there, or whatever.
Yeah, that's kind of the way I looked at it too. There looked like they had went in that way, but my buddy Derek, he was coming from like the clubs down there, you know, south of 19th out there around that area. So his daughter was stranded somewhere, and then he hit that, and it swept him off in it.
Roger.
Shut up!
Okay, well, you just shut up, just turn the radio off. I just couldn't visualize how they got under that, you know, being swept under that when the current on top would be trying to push them in the other direction. Anyway, I'm sure going to be more careful myself next time out in that kind of conditions.
Yeah, we were out Norman when it all unfolded, so we just sat tight where we were until the water subsided.
Roger, that sounds like the best thing to do.
Yeah, 10.
Well, I guess obviously they finally started working on the new railroad trestle project on 4th.
Yeah, that would be 18 to 24 months.
I know you're right.
I'm sure to be longer. They always say that, and 2.5 years down the road, they're finally fixing it. It's kind of like Eastern down there between 4th and 19th. It's supposed to be a pretty fair, short project, but ended up taking 3 years or whatever it was, 4 years.
Roger, I know you're right. Yeah, it seemed like forever.
Sure was. It took long enough that I don't ever go that way anymore. So.
Roger. I guess you're rolling. You're getting weaker.
Yeah, I'm over here. Or am I 29? Or, yeah, 29th and Grand or whatever.
Roger. Okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, right here at the city dog pound.
Roger. And as you know, they were talking about possibly building a detention center over there, but there's a bunch of fighting over it, so I'm not sure what they've decided, if anything.
Yeah, they're building it. They're over here doing the dirt work.
Roger, okay.
Yeah, it's down here at 15th.
Roger.
Okay. Ready, Bob. Look good, look good.
Jeff, you got a copy?
Give me just a second, I'll scoot over.
Jeff. He said he can hear us, but he can't say anything. Okay.
I guess Ada got hit by another tornado.
Yeah, I heard that.
Just want me to back in front of you, Daniel? Got a CB in there, Daniel?
Hey, Jeff, when you see my signals,
I don't guess you heard anything about Camel Man lately.
I need to get over.
I say I hadn't. Hope he's doing all right.
Roger. Well, I don't know, a week or so, maybe a couple weeks back, I thought I'd heard he was in a nursing home, but anyway.
Oh, damn it. Yeah, 10-4.
But anyway, I thought you might have heard something more recent, but it's all good.
Yeah, 10-4. Now I ain't heard nothing about him, so I just hope he's all right.
Roger, well, me too.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I just pulled into my work. I'm probably going to go start my truck.
Roger. Well, I hope you have a great day out there, and I'm back quiet.
Yeah, we'll see you later.
Alright, what'd I miss?
Roger, well, BR was out there. I guess he just pulled into his work 20 and all that.
Mr. Baker?
Okay. Well, big time and easy money there.
leave it over here. I had to beat them off with a stick to get out of my house.
You got one up here.
But they'll be back.
Lane, we might have to get the other 2 lanes here in a second.
Well, that ain't no doubt.
Behind it.
That's okay. They're good folks.
Roger. Well, I'm sure they had fun over there at CENTCOM, the Central Command of CB.
How easy money, like being in a candy store when he comes over here.
Right lane, too.
Roger.
When you get a chance. Yeah, they got cones all around everything. You gotta have the right 2 lanes, Jeff.
And we got an easy money number 3 down around Thunderbird Lake, unless he's moved.
Really?
Roger. I used to communicate with him back in my days of living in Norman, kind of southeast side of Norman.
Dodger.
And I guess, you know, we used to have quite a few operators down there. Now, not so many. I think Mugshield's still operating on the radio down there, and then Jeremy, and there might be others I don't know about. But I think the rest of the original operators either moved or died.
Well, that's good. At least they're keeping their panties on.
30 years ago.
So far, James.
Yeah, I think they've had a CB over 40 years.
I guess you knew Trapper.
Right 2 lanes again.
Who, me?
Roger, did you know Trapper? He worked on CBs too.
Only thing I knew was bedbug back in the day.
Roger. I'm trying to remember some of the others. Of course, Fiddler, and I don't guess he was a CB tech, but I think he's over there. He lived pretty close to somebody who was. I think he worked at Far Out. I'm trying to remember his handle right now. I don't remember.
He worked at Far Out?
Roger.
Still green.
Where'd you say you worked?
Yeah, he worked at Far Out Communications. I think that's what he said, and I can't recall his handle. I know he wanted to borrow my complete set of Sam's books to copy them, and I decided negative. I didn't like that idea.
Oh, yeah. Well, I didn't actually work over there. I helped about a lot on some stuff. But, yeah, I knew all them guys over there.
Roger. Yeah, it's like when they had some dumpster fires, whatever, they called you, didn't they?
Yeah, they had a lot of dumpster fires. That old dirt stick boy, he's something else.
Roger. Yeah, I think there was like 3 owners of the place, and he was the main one, of course, the main snakehead.
Yeah, Nova, he used to work over there.
Roger, yeah, I absolutely remember Nova and Laffer. I think, it was Dirty Stick, Laffer, and some truck driver were the 3 owners. Is that correct?
Maybe. I don't know who the driver was.
sure wasn't me.
Roger. Yeah, I don't remember his handle, but he, for obvious reasons, hung out pretty often, not quite a bit over there, but anyway. I remember he was there working on stuff, and some driver had a problem, and I think had a big amp they brought in there, and you got on the problem. It didn't take you long to fix it. I think the keying transistor or something, you've replaced that. I forget what else.
What the hell?
Right here, bud.
Even in those days, you'd been working on radios quite a few years, hadn't you?
Damn, is that old striker still in there?
7 years or 12.
Damn, striker, you still in there striking them? Buffalo. Striker man.
I remember, I used to have quite a crowd come over to the house. Old Pockets, Speedy, they'd all come over.
Brother man, this thing not getting out.
Yeah, you build it and they'll come.
This thing not getting out, brother.
No doubt about it.
There's 19.
It's working.
Yeah, 19. Damn, striker, you still out there? I'll have to give me a Cobra 29, come on.
The cornerstone of CB technology.
You got your Cobra 29 there, come on.
That is, if it's made in the Philippines.
I'm pretty fond of the 29 GTL.
No doubt about it, yeah, with a side-mounted mic jack.
Yeah, I can hear you. Oh, yeah.
Hey, need you a Galaxy, come on.
And not very many cold solder joints.
Yeah, now come on, now cut that out.
Oh, Cobra 29 GTLs, they were a pretty solid radio. They didn't have them all them cold solder joints like them Galaxies do.
Yeah, cut that out now. Pipsqueak.
They might have actually still been populated with the human beings doing the soldering.
Yo! Squeal, come on. Get in with the squeal, go squeal.
Just say no to the wave solder machine.
Fucker! I don't figure it'll be long time unless you voted for Kamala. Then it's gonna be a while. Come on, big Democrat.
That's right. Just say no to cheap radios.
Hell yeah, we like the cheap radios. Get in with the squeals.
Well, even them squealing radios have value. They're a good conversation piece.
Hey, Slim,
Perfect to trigger others.
Yeah, that ain't too far away. We'll find out.
Well, yeah, the good old days. I'm still visualizing, the short time I was over there. I took some notes from Nova, and he helped me, and you helped, and others, and I was trying to put together some Sam's books to have there, but that was our early period of gathering up all that information.
Well, I'll tell you what, this coffee just hit the spot, I know that.
Well, the sand books I got's all on my head.
Roger that. Well, I guess you work on stuff long enough, that's what happens, Roger.
Pretty much. Every now and then I still look out if I can find them.
Roger. Well, I've got most of them, but I used to have every one of them until the tornado fucked that all up. But I've recovered. Purchased replacements, and I've got all the ones I guess that are important, and I'm probably still shy, maybe a dozen or two of them.
Termites made a new home out of mine. I had them in a great big old box stored. Termites got in them. I picked that sucker up, and it was just nothing but poke. Just
Well, I'm looking at most of mine. I got over here in the bookshelf and got them arranged.
Where's that great big 747 station? Come on in here, Scorpio.
747, waving hand at Plowboy out there. Plowboy, what's your 20?
I'm over here on the west side of the interstate on 40. Gotta go get another and then go to Weatherford, 10-4.
Roger, on the west side and then heading to Weatherford. Well, it's good to hear you out there. Hope you have a good dice roll out on the highway.
Oh, 10-4. Have a good day. I heard you in there. Thought I'd holler at you. Viva la Trump. Trust the plan, keep the faith. 10-4.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, Viva la Trump. No doubt about it.
Hell yeah, Viva la Trump! I don't figure it'll be long now. If you want them illegal aliens, it sure won't be long. Come on, Mick.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, there's a lot of crooked motherfuckers gonna get that concrete mattress on both sides of the aisle.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so. All right, I'm out of here. Have a good one. If you're a Democrat, they'll probably never get a president. Come on.
Says hi.
Who is that with that squealing radio? Dadgummit, man. If that's a power mic on there, you need to change the microphones. 10-4?
Roger that. Yeah, somebody's got to be the conversation piece.
Is it squealing now? Nope, sounds good. I was going to say, if they're a Democrat, they probably ain't going to never get another president. That's what I tell them, 10-4. Don't be a while. Won't be long now. Say she voted for Kamala, then it's going to be a little while before you get a president. 10-4.
I've mentioned building concentration camps using present-day prison labor to do it.
You got a city cop coming up on your ass.
And then, that's right, we continue to have jobs performed with the prisoners. And in other words, take the fun out of incarceration.
Some people want to buy them a new color TV. Come in.
It makes sense to me, you know, round up all these exciting new criminals / embedded cartel members, lock them up, make the streets safe again, make America great again. Viva la Trump.
Down forward, little trailer.
Damn, what's crazy about that is cartels lives right next door to me.
Yeah, and down forward, it goes right out there, and then it comes right outside you.
I hear somebody cursing at the four-wheelers. You know, the four-wheelers pay the lion's share of tax money to maintain the highways, you know, gasoline tax.
Okay, forward.
It's always somebody biting the hand that feeds them or maintains their highway.
I know this coffee hit the spot.
No doubt, I'm going to get that last cup.
French toast and cinnamon and caramel vanilla. Woo!
I get some here and drop his ass.
If y'all still drinking coffee, you got up way too late. Come in. Now this might do lunchtime for me, 10-4.
What's that, your Plowboy?
I said if you're still drinking coffee, you got up too late. I've been up pretty much most of the night.
I got one more cup just waiting for me in there.
I had to get out there and clean up the yard a little bit. The city man's supposed to come by today. I don't want that somebody's trying to fucking charge us out the ass.
The water pump, once again, if you're out there, good morning.
I don't know what he's got on that trailer, but it sure makes him squirrely. He's getting in the right lane now.
Well, my truck seatbelt quit working, and so I was waiting for Art to call me. And
Well, I guess Easy Money might have turned in. I'm not sure.
about the passenger seatbelt for the
CFI, you're blocking the driveway.
Building an amplifier here, a new two-pill.
Roger that. Well, obviously you've got quite the skill just doing that alone.
how's the fan up there?
Yeah, that's a pretty good job right there, ain't it?
I remember over there at the new place, the new shop, I was up there on the roof helping them put that, I guess, Penetrator 500 antenna up.
How many have you gotten so far, 2? Yeah, I figured I'd try to get 3.
He gets around a little better than 5.
And on the subject of Cobra 29s, I've got a fair number of them over here. I went on a run like a couple of years ago, something like that, to pick up probably half a dozen from somebody up there west of Enid, Lahoma or something. And I think he said that they used to be in service like in the city of Enid vehicles or whatever. And I tried to pay him something. I could not get him to take any money.
I just got out 130, so they're getting a lot of miles on it.
Yeah, that's a nice way to get them.
Roger that.
It still seems to be running by.
Anyway, yeah, one of these days I might fix one of them up and put it in the mobile or whatever.
I got 5 or 6 of these 148s over here.
Roger. Now, I've got some 148s. I think I've got a couple that were the kind of that later technology. You know, when they went to a regulator, that it probably wasn't near as good as what they had. But anyway, that's what I have over here. I'm not counting my 148 GTL. I purchased it new from Lesco or whatever right before I went out of business and no longer would have a tax permit. And then the tornado messed it up, and I fixed it back up. So anyway, I got it locked up inside.
Yeah, I used to be pretty good on those, but you pretty much just darn near got to have the schematics to work on them to get them right because of the sideband.
Roger that. I did some mods that I come up with in that one to give it more swing and all that, and it talks pretty good. I've got that. I'm trying to think of that. Remember that it's like a mod kit, but it had a transistor in there along with other components that, you know, instead of just a standard resistor and capacitor. Anyway, I figured out how to custom make them, and I had that set up. I think I can select 3 different power levels on it, and of course it'll swing up there pretty good, maybe, 12, 13 watts on AM, probably 25 on sideband or something.
Yeah, I used to do the old mod where you just vote the final.
Roger. Now, I don't think I've ever done that, but I'm planning on doing that on one of these others I told you about, the 148s, and maybe I could get it to perform pretty well like that. You know, the NPC mod or whatever you might call that too. I never have volted them, but I'm going to try that. Yeah. Just do the full-blown mod and see what develops. Might have to put a better regulator in there to replace that crappy regulator the factory put in.
Nah, it worked fine.
I've worked on 2000s. People brought in where somebody got in them and it turned the dead key way up, like maybe, I don't know, 12 or 14 watts or something, and didn't have much modulation. Well, I guess not.
Man, that's what happened to Wild Man's radio. The dead key was turned way up. There wasn't any modulation at all in it. Just all dead, all carrier.
Roger that. Well, I guess they meant well. You ever modify the preamp in like the Galaxies and those type radios?
Automatically switches. There's a gear inside of that box that moves to a lower gear, and then it changes everything inside your transmission. And then it just basically takes sequence after that.
Anyway, I'll do that sometimes, and of course you know the Turbo Echo board has a kind of a preamp in there you can turn up quite a bit, and that helps a lot.
Yeah, they brought my base station back to live.
Roger that. Well, I guess you had a coffee emergency or something. Got to be something pretty high priority.
Damn it, I wish that damn city man would hurry up and come on around and take these freaking pictures so I can go out there and fix my damn trike.
Oh, we done it Saturday because my son-in-law had to work Sunday.
It's another fine day for another shrill declaration.
And deportation.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with blackening the blue skies with deportation flights.
How about you?
Oh, I didn't really get to hunt eggs, but...
Yeah, it's supposed to get up like 76 today.
Oh, yeah,
Roger that.
Yeah, the usually.
yeah.
I know jet fuel will burn pretty good at 76 degrees.
There'll be a damn heat wave around here.
No doubt about it, better round up your suntan lotion.
Yeah.
On to the high today.
I think I'm going to go 40 again.
Damn it, I think I left it back home in Tahlequah whenever I moved back down here.
Damn it.
I guess I'll be looking like Smoking Joe or be black.
I was wondering which was going to be the best way to go because I've heard about all the wrecks they was having up there.
I didn't see no wrecks, but traffic was going slow.
10-4.
Scorpio, you guys copy? No contact on the coast, yourself, Scorpio. Diamond Signal, we're clear. Yeah, I got low skill, come on. 244, standing by. Yeah, see if I get on the low side, hello. Turn all that thing down, see if I can get out on the low side, hello. That road quite across 19 with Antelope Road.
Can I get a radio check?
appreciate that.
No problem. Driver, you should have went out the other exit and to the stoplight to make a left here. You're going to be here a minute trying to go left here. Stop.
You hear me? Yes, sir. That's clear. I appreciate it.
Bomber alert on 19. Thanks to Mike. You put ex-president as a bomber alert.
Channel 19 secure. There we go, we got the punctuation. Sound way out there. And I don't have my rotor hooked back up. I guess I'll leave it disconnected. You know we're going to have another round of storms.
Before you're ready on that, I would.
Guess we'll just stay with it pointed north.
Reconnect, disconnect. So hell yeah, leave it undone to the phone go with. I would.
Now, where y'all headed today? And that is how the game is played.
When you play the game.
In the land of the free, home of the brave.
And maybe you'll send these foreigners home. By plane, by ship, it doesn't matter, ship them home. We are through to the second country, take this country over, so here you go. See what you got now.
You sound fairly muffly.
I said we are through to the country, take this country over, and so there you go.
And maybe that road devil will arrive soon.
Well, I don't look forward to late this evening or maybe tomorrow. Come on.
Roger that.
So I was plugged it up for the battery and see if it works. If it don't, well, I don't know. I guess if that don't work, I'll say back to Mike and go for me a little ticket. Come on.
Roger that.
Well, you know either way, I'm not going to get out far if I don't.
Well, it's a kick-ass radio. You just need to get a few details straightened out. I know you're working on them.
Yeah, but it'll take someone that knows what they're doing with the radio, you know what I'm saying? I don't know that too much about it myself.
Roger. Well, the radio, you know, I've improved it. It just needs a better microphone for one thing, and so you know, mobiles, of course, the harder to get them to talk. I mean, you know, the mobile antenna.
Yeah, fully, Roger. And sometimes depends on your location. You know, right now where I'm at, my location sucks right now.
But it is hard to understand you.
Yeah, I said you know my location, so it makes kind of sucky right here.
Roger, well, I know that we've figured out that being close to that building blocks your signal. But yeah, I've worked on a few of them before, so I got to have some faith in a good microphone helping them quite a bit.
Yeah,
Have you got that set on low power right now?
Oh, that's low power right there. I'm talking on low power right there.
Roger. Okay. I mean, I don't think it hurt it for you to run it on high since you're not driving anything behind it.
Yeah, Roger. That's high right there. That's definitely high right there.
Well, that helps some. You still got plenty of swing, and so.
Yeah, I know you keep that mic close to my mouth like I'm eating it, but yeah.
Roger. And mainly though, if once you got something behind that, of course you don't want to run that radio on anything but low. You know that.
Yeah, Roger. Yeah, I remember you told me.
You were going to take Lincoln.
So I still got that Midland out there in the mobile. I've had it in there close to 30 years. Anyway, back in the earlier days, you saw my pickup with a camper. Anyway, in the earlier days, I had the skip shooter on top of there, and that thing would get out there and make contact with somebody. Of course, I had the radio tricked out to modulate good for one thing, and I had a little something behind it. And so driving into that antenna that's ground planing very well off that metal camper shell, I had some extra ground cables to tie it to the frame and the bed and all of that. I mean, it'd get out. I mean, I worked on the west side of OKC. I could communicate down in Norman, where I lived, easy enough. And when the skip was rolling, I certainly could make contact out there in DX land with it. And so it sounded good. Of course, I ran a handheld D104, it was screaming loud.
Yeah, I had the Midland 23 radio, and I don't know, I just probably about 12 years ago, I got rid of it. I didn't use it.
Roger. And that Midland, somebody gave me that Midland out of their garage 30 years ago, to quote-unquote play with. And so I still got that thing in there. I've downgraded it. It's just, I don't use it much. It's a mud duck now, but I can make it back into something if I wanted to, but...
Yeah, well, that little 23 million I had, that was a talking little machine come on back then. I'd been up on cities up to Arkansas, so I knew that little 23 Midland, it was a talking little machine come on.
Roger. Anyway, I mean, there's a lot of good radios out there that are not near new, but of course the General Lee and the Connex and all the other badass radios. But like what I'm talking on, I have other mics on this, and people would be telling me it doesn't sound very good. A lot of times, of course, that stock mic you got, that Ranger SR198, is pretty well thought of. I got one basically brand new in the box. I get out once in a while and run it. Just depends on what radio it's on, though. I mean, on that one, I guess that radio doesn't like it very well.
Well, it's the one that came with it, you know what I'm saying?
Right, I understand it was a stock mic, but it's really better than a standard stock mic. But in that case, it doesn't seem to, the radio doesn't seem to like it. It just doesn't sound real good, but I know you're working on something better.
Well, I'm trying to, and hell, who knows, maybe help me out a little bit there.
Roger. I mean, we'll see what develops. That might be I can get that thing to talk good with an RK56 just like it is. It's hard to say. I mean, I could do a little something more to the circuitry in there to boost it up more. It would be probably as much audio you can run the mic gain wide open possibly, but anyway.
Yeah, well, I got everything wide open, mic gain, everything. I can't turn up anything else. What I got's all I got right now.
Roger, I assumed you had the mic gain wide open right now, but I'm just saying I could mod it so that you probably have so much audio that you could not turn it wide open without squealing. I've done that to certain others, and it was okay. I turned it back, and they still had plenty of audio and screaming loud audio.
Yeah, boy, guys. Well, let's see what happens with this mic, and hoping else we'll get together.
Anyway, I hope and pray it's all going to work out, because without doubt, that's a good radio.
How you feel, Roger?
And I think you talked about the talkback's doing something squirrely if you turn the volume all the way down, but of course you're not going to be running it like that, are you?
Yeah, see, it's always turned down, and it gets real loud, and I turn it back up to back normal, and it goes right back to normal. Come on.
Roger, yeah. Yeah, I mean, just testing is one thing, but, yeah, of course you obviously can't run it with the volume all the way down, but anyway. Or can't receive anyway, can you?
No, I can barely hear it. Just like right now, it's turned down pretty low, but I still have to start to hear it. It's not so loud, but if I turn it anymore, it gets real loud right there. Come on.
Roger.
Hey, we're going to square away one day.
Roger, but anyway, I mean, sometimes it's just a dice roll, you know. You perform pretty much standard mods to something, and it's the particular unit just doesn't like that.
I hear you. You know, we all talk about radios and all that. It's above my head. I'm going to say it's above my pay grade, but I try to listen and learn. Come on.
Roger. And sometimes the stock mic that came with the radio seems to be the one that works best on it.
Oh, I hear you. Sometimes it's where it works, huh? So when y'all talk about radio and all that, I don't say too much because I'm trying to listen and learn. Come on.
Roger. And I've got some RK56 over here. I probably need to put a new plug on or a new cord, and I might get something fixed up for testing, for my testing and whatever, and we might see how that is on it. Those RK56 mics, I guess you've probably run them in the past, and they don't make your audio sound cleaner. I mean, it filters out some of the bass tones.
Yeah, I really don't really care what it sounds like, as long as, you know, they can understand me and I can get out there, I can deal with the rest. Come on.
Roger. So that would mean, in general, that you want some of that bass filtered out of there. I don't think, at least, I'm sounding very bassy right now.
Well, you know, y'all sound good. It's just like, I forget his handle, his Mustang, man. He busted my door down. Snake. Sometimes he comes in real clear, busts my doors, and sometimes he gets low, but other than that, man, y'all sound good out there. Come on.
Roger that. Well, we've got a lot of modifications going on anyway.
You feel Roger? Yeah, I know. I see when y'all sound so good out there. So, you know, of course, you know, I let everybody know. Fuck it, I'm on a little truck radio. Come on.
Roger. But that radio is, that's no basic radio. You know that. So anyway, that's one of the cornerstones of having a good broadcast station. So you got part of it. Maybe one of the more important parts, of course.
Yeah,
And there's nothing wrong with that mobile antenna and how they mounted that. That's good.
Yeah, Roger. I wanted to mount it on a headache rack, but at the time I didn't have one, so that would be the best place to mount it. I said, let me go for it.
Roger, yeah, they saved you having a bunch of reflections putting it back there like that.
Well, see, I was going to run it next to my bed. Oh, no. I said, well, they said, do it. So I put it on my driver's side and the trail said, come on.
Roger that. And I've, advised people to mount antennas back there like that, and they're like, oh, no, they want it right there by the cab. And so, since they're set up, of course, they did it their way.
Yeah, well, I want the best of the radio, best getting out. I don't want to be all scratchy breaking up. I want to sound good when I get on,
Roger, yeah, you want to work right. And so if you decide at some point to put an aluminum camper shell on that, that would work good. But some will tell you it won't. They'll say it won't ground properly. Well, maybe if you don't put a heavy ground cable between the ground part of the antenna mount down to the frame, and plus run jumpers between the pickup bed and the frame, because they're not tied, the electrically tied together all the way, it might not work. But if you do what I just talked about, have a proper mount on top of that, and running a good antenna, it ought to kick ass.
Yeah, see, it's like, I don't know, I could take my ground wire and unplug it from my radio. My radio still works without the ground, but I still got it grounded, I don't know, 2 different places across the antenna.
Roger. But I set mine up like that back 30 years ago, but it wasn't a process that I could perform real quick. I think it took me days. And I've got an aluminum plate on top of that camper shell. It's a good platform for that ball and spring mount, because otherwise there was just not any kind of base up there to mount to, and I strengthened the frame inside of that before I even did that. I mean, it was quite an undertaking.
I bet so.
Most people don't have the patience for that.
No, but if you want to work right, you got to do what it takes. Come on. And grounding is the way to go.
Exactly. Sometimes, no matter how hard you try, as you know, things don't work the way they're supposed to. And there's a lot of people want to give up or declare somebody incompetent because they've tried hard and still things didn't work out, but it's a bit of a dice roll.
Well, look at me. This video, I heard it 7 times in 1 week, and then look at it. I just used and overnight you had it running and talking. Come on.
I did that. But anyway, that's a good radio, and I know it's not the problem, although it might end up needing to tweak that preamp in there to give it more of an audio boost. It's already got other mods in there for good modulation.
Yeah, I don't know. I have to take the word on that one, because you always look at the side, so I know what you're talking about. Come on.
Roger. Yeah, well, thank you. I think others that work on that stuff would agree if they inspected it that I'd done some good mods in there.
Well, we'll get together and see what we can do about beefing it up a little bit more.
Roger. And we'll hope and pray that road devil is going to make a difference. So anyway, yeah.
We'll see when it works, like I said, supposed to be sometime today or tomorrow, we'll see. I'll go do it and I'll bring it back in this area and hook it up.
Roger that.
Currently around about 149th May Avenue. I don't get very good section out there, so thanks for the radio. Come on.
Roger. like on my my pickup you saw that day. You know, normally, of course, it has a of course bucket seats and a console in between them, a factory console. I took that console out and I've custom built my own console using some pretty thick plywood, and so I'd have some place to mount the radio and the other accessories, the little amplifiers. You know, there was just nothing that suited me otherwise, and that's what I've been using for a long time. Except there's no amp, just the radio now.
Yeah, well, you see my little setup, my little cabinet I have in there, so I'm going to modify my cabinet a little bit.
Roger. And despite the modifications to the Midland, I've had extra channels in it. I've still got some extra channels in it. I got the plus or minus 10K hop in there, but I had a mod kit I put in there and it helped it modulate good. I took that back out in recent times, but I did another mod into the audio search to give it more audio, and it still didn't sound really all that impressive with a stock mic or a non-amplified mic, so I put a handheld D104 on there, and that helped. I mean, it come alive with that, and then, you know, a little something behind it, so I might have been kicking out like, I don't know, 200 watts into, you know, a skip shooter antenna on top of that camper shell, and it got out there to touch somebody.
Yeah, Roger. Well, I had that little 23 needle, and all I did was have a little trunk mount. Shit, that thing get out on that 23 needle.
Roger. Except, of course, I, you know, systematically set it up to do that, and it certainly wasn't, like I was talked about, was not an overnight process. A lot of people wouldn't have had the patience.
You know what? I got
Morning, guys.
between this Midland and the Junior League, this is the only two CCD I ever owned in my life. So that's on you know, Midland and this and here, and they all should be pretty good radio.
Roger. You're morning somebody out there. Anyway, I'm going to jump out of here a while. Have a great Monday.
Hey, Roger. Yeah, be down to play 244 with standing by on this mobile.
Yeah, good morning, 747.
Let you know you're getting out. Good morning, Gunslinger 244 said that.
Morning, Gunslinger.
Got your copy on your good morning. Have a fine day. Gunslinger, stand by.
I hear that radio. Good morning out there, Gunslinger.
Hey, 747, you still out there?
Roger, you can also call me Scorpio, a.k.a. Alan Puzar.
Okay, Scorpio, what's going on?
Oh, just stepped away from the radio, 102, good morning. And I'm happy for you because I know you're going to get your radio tweaked better, but pretty soon.
Yeah, but could you do me a real quick favor?
What's that?
I think I might have figured something out last night, I don't know, but I'm going to take your word for it. And just say yes or no. Tell me if it sounds muffled here in a second, okay?
Roger.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Well, to be honest with you, I wouldn't really describe it as muffly. You're obviously a lot stronger there, and you have more audio. It's not...
See the Thunder kicked the Grizzlies' ass the other night?
I didn't hear it squealing.
Yeah, I'm hoping this is at least a little bit better.
I mean, kicked their ass bad. 130 to 60.
And I wouldn't say it's muffly. I can understand you pretty well. It's not crystal clear, but, you know, it's usable.
Yeah, 10-4.
I guess your voice tone, you know, has a fair amount of bass to it.
Yeah, Roger. Yeah, I should stop that, huh?
1-9 radio check. It's like Rattlesnake. He's got a bit of a, you know, bassy voice. 10-4. Appreciate it. It is what it is.
Well, you know what? As long as it's working like this, I'm going to leave it until I get it fixed. Yeah, I walked on you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, 102, you sound loud and proud there.
Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and leave it alone until I get it worked on, you know.
Roger. Well, yeah, probably one of the best experts around is about to work on it over there.
Well, yeah, Don wants to take care of it for me. Yeah, definitely.
You're in good hands.
Yeah, I think so. I tested him a little bit with a few questions I already knew just to see if he knew, and he did. He picked them right out, so there's no doubt that he knows what he's talking about, that's for sure.
Roger. Yeah, for driving that certain helper that you talked about earlier, yeah, I don't think that radio needs a mod kit just to open it back up all the way, you know. Of course, clip the limiter. I bet that's probably about all he's going to do. Have it maybe keying maybe 6 watts, swinging, I don't know, 15 or 16, 17 watts. And even though that's not near enough drive for that, I guess it'd be enough.
Well, right now, as it stands, I'm doing a 40-watt dead key swinging to 100.
Roger, okay, that's what the helper's doing, all right. So it's just idling.
Yeah, I can't run it on high anyway.
Roger that. Okay, but on low, it'd probably be doing a lot more if you're driving it harder, but anyway.
Yeah, I'm doing about 1 3/4 watts into it right now.
Roger. Yeah, well, it could handle a lot more dead key, but anyway. And I know that's about to happen.
Yeah, well, I can get the dead key higher because the paperwork says this is from 3 to 5 watts on low. And I'm only doing 1 3/4 into it.
Roger. But yeah, for that box, yeah, the radio just needs to be wide open. And with the, that would give it probably, peak it back out, 5, 6 watt dead key, swing it as much as possible, and no need for a mod kit in that case. I mean, those mod kits, in my opinion, they're only for driving a box, one small box. It just takes a regular drive without overdriving them, but that's obviously something else.
Yeah, because I've had a linear before where it wouldn't even key up unless you did 3 watts.
Well, yeah, it's high drive, yeah.
That thing, I think it could literally handle something keying 10 or 20 watts into it, but yeah, you know, it can handle up to like close to 100 watts peak power drive.
Yeah, it says 3 to 5 watts on low and 2 to 10 watts on high.
Oh, you got instructions tell you that, all right.
Yeah.
And maybe they've got something in there, but earlier those, you know, they were like I say, you need some kind of a, you know, pretty good drive.
Yeah, I don't know if I even want to mess with it. You know, I was thinking, well, go ahead and turn it up to like 4, see what happens, you know, but I don't know. I'm just going to let somebody else do it. But yeah, I appreciate your comments there. You help a lot, and I appreciate that.
Roger, but yeah, most of them like that, they just, a lot of them aren't set up for anything but a pretty high drive into them, you know, but some, I guess, if they got this, another power transistor just for the input, it might be a different story.
Yeah, Roger. But you know what? Honestly, as long as you can understand what I'm saying right now, and my signal's good and my audio's good, I'm just going to leave it alone.
Roger, well, you're going to, I mean, you're still going to have it modified by somebody sound like, but anyway, maybe you changed your mind.
Well, if how can I put this? If this is all muffled right now, then I'm going to get it fixed. But if you can understand what I'm saying right now and it's good and strong, then I'm just going to leave it like this for a while.
Roger, so I would not say it's muffled. It's not muffled to me. I'm sure you get other radio checks to get a consensus of opinion.
Yeah, normally people that's within a 2-mile radius tell me it's muffled.
Well, I got you with your Gunslinger 244, and I can understand it. You know, they're not really muffled over here. I'll tell you right now, I'm on 89th Western. You got a copy on me.
Yeah, I hear you out there, Gunslinger. I appreciate the information, man.
Well, obviously, I hate to cut in, but I can hear you, I can understand you, so I think you're doing all right. But you listen to this man right here, and you're going to get what you want out of your radio. Come on.
Yeah, Roger. Yeah, I really don't need anything too big. Hell, I can't run this on anything but low anyway.
Well, go ahead and get fixed what you want to get fixed by an expert, and you're good to go, man, like you said.
Yeah, Roger.
Anyway, we've Gunslinger 244. We're standing by and getting out of the way.
All right, brother. God bless y'all, man. Scorpio, Gunslinger, thanks for y'all's help, man.
Somebody sitting on the microphone again, I see.
Now, you know what, man? I learned something about this kicker last night, well, this morning, and you just can't, man, the switch was upside down, bro, for real. The switch was upside down. Okay, either somebody done lied to me or the manufacturer screwed up, because the high and low switch was opposite of what I was told. but hell, as long as it works, it works. Dead key swinging 100, I think. I know it's doing 100, but it could be doing more. My meter only goes up to 120. But anyway, it is what it is. It'll be okay.
KC. This is Runaway. Going to shout out to you. Okay. Now just come off the 240. POT coming north up there behind you. All I seen was them drug cops down there south of Winniewood. Okie doke. You going across 152? No, I'm taking 40 west. Okay, don't go across 152. They got it shut down westbound side over by the airport. Man, I used to drive that Silver Peak. That was a long time ago. Yeah, it was. Yeah, that was a long time ago. You know when James was over. Yeah, right after him. Where'd you in? Where'd you drive? Driving for Stinson Materials out of Mill Creek now. One of them red KWs pulling a tanker. Alright, KC, you got old yellow looking good. We'll see you later. Well, thank you. Have a good ride.
Hey, good morning to all those truck drivers out there. You guys be good. Get home to your family safe, okay? Be careful out there. God bless. Everybody around me says it's overmodulated. Everybody out in the distance tells me it sounds fine. Booyah!
See, I heard you say everybody knows you say it's muffled, but everybody's far away so they can hear you. Gunslinger so I can hear you and understand you. Come on.
Yeah, boy. Might be the mic I'm running on too.
It could be that mic. Crystal, you'll have somebody look at it, research your shit, and you'll know. Come on.
Yeah, boy. I know every mic I put on this makes me sound different, so it could be the mic. Maybe I just need a good D104 or something. I don't know. It's gonna be one of those days.
I don't figure it'll be long now. Come on, bitch.
I hear you out there, Gizmo. I think that's Gizmo out there.
Where's all them great big radios? Come on in here, big radio.
That's what I need, about 3 or 4 big radios.
Big. That sounds like pretty big radios right there. Come on. Got some kind of squeal in your deal, though.
Yeah, you got a bad squeal.
Good morning to you, Dr. Bob.
Sound like some of that feedback. Pink boy.
How's his radio working? They got me on his radio?
whatever it was.
You need to pump it up.
White power.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
White flower. White power.
White motherfucking power.
You have hate in your heart, let it out, white power.
I am in no way, shape, or form involved in any niggerdom.
I would like to know where I can get a sheet with the hood though. Just kidding, that's a joke, just a joke, just a joke. Don't nobody have a tower call the police on me. Old timer, don't go calling the police on me for that, okay? Terminator, you up yet? Don't forget to tell your kids. Yeah, you got done. Tyler Screaming Eagle. Hello.
I thought those lights were working earlier. What's that? I thought those lights were working earlier. They're working now. Yeah, I went back and pushed on them a little bit, but they never came off of me, so they might have bumped something, I don't know.
I think it's funny, there's a whole lot of people out there willing to give advice and excuses, but nobody wants to help. That's just funny to me.
Come on, Tank, don't let you in front.
Better get off on Meridian there. Big truck, there's a road closed ahead up there. Lobby, get off on Meridian.
I got a big line, you gotta drop it on this sweet mobile, come on. Yeah, 19 better than a doorbell, come on.
Stay to be out. Come on.
About a smoking Joe.
Clear.
Yes, fast.
Got it.
Yeah, those connectors are definitely dirty. It goes all the way over and came back up. Those connectors are definitely dirty, but it rolled all the way over and rolled back over again. Sprayed that stuff in there and cleaned them up pretty good.
About a Screaming Eagle.
What are we doing? I was going to see if you wanted to get fuel here, go to 27th Street, get fuel, or what? What are you going after preload? Nah, because I have a feeling they're going to say no tomorrow. It's just stacked way out there. I'm just going to sleep till 1 a.m. again. Down to Steve's and work on AC. About it. Yeah, I know it. That's what I got.
There.
Dude, I don't think Steve's down here today. I gotta get these mushrooms in the refrigerator. Yes, sir. We owe you 25, don't we? Yes, sir. Okay.
You owe me 50.
I'll get that for you tomorrow. I probably won't be able to sleep tonight worried about it. Yeah, I know it, man. I gotta see how much money we got. We're under short check.
Hey, you owe me 50.
He's already stepped out of the truck. I'll let him know, though. Don't wait for him.
There.
That other ham out there said that you owe him 50. He had plenty.
You owe me 50 from last week.
Damn it, Darren. 50 from last week. What the hell? Yeah.
I'm just playing. Hey, you drivers have a blessed day out there today, okay? Be safe.
But you got a permit for that one
Switch side off, 27th Street. It is.
Oh, you guys have a really good day today. Be safe out there, okay?
You too, Ham.
Yeah, God bless, bro. Be safe.
What's the hold up? Look at your mirror right now. That's 45 mile an hour.
So before I gotta get off of the next truck,
Oh, 10? I thought that was you. What's going on?
What'd you say there, Steve?
Yeah, how you doing today? You alright?
No, pretty decent. Right next time forward, I'm having a little trouble here.
Oh, yeah? Hell yeah. Just be careful whatever you do today, man, okay?
410, 410, you too.
18 up.
Where's old dipshit at? He out there today?
No, I ain't heard him since that last night before last. Yeah, it was night before last.
10, folks.
He probably still passed out over there.
Probably. He's over there watching Steve Harvey show.
Yeah, right. That's his hero.
We're going to jump off of our
Third emerge.
Where you at, Screaming Eagle?
might be a little too small for him.
Do what?
That bike looks a little too small for him. It broke down on the side.
Hell, I missed it.
Driver, that wasn't very ladylike. My couch is the only thing that pulls out over here.
Say that again?
I was talking with them drivers.
Oh, 10-4. They keyed on you when you were talking. Why there's so many damn crybaby truck drivers on the road, man?
Them truck drivers always cry.
I mean, shit, they act like they got a really hard job. I mean, hell.
Holding that steering wheel is pretty stressful.
I guess so.
get up here, just narrow bridge right up here.
Anybody out there want a dog? Okay, how about a sister-in-law?
Down there on 152? Across that top of that hill there, that one road right before this one, and they would stop. I had to slam on my brakes.
Yeah, I see it. That's all. We're going to get over one way to the right here this second.
Pressure washer up here in the way.
Damn flies are out. Okay. Damn it, boy. Screaming Eagle, where you at? You up yet? Yeah, come on. I guess he was right, man. He's a night owl. He stays up all night, sleeps all day, I guess. Hey, Gary? No, Screaming Eagle. Who's that? He's been out here for about 2 weeks now, give or take. He's just getting into it, too. They got a real strange voice. Yeah, honestly, I don't know. I thought he lived around me, but he says he lives over by Tinker. I'm not sure where Tinker is, but it takes him about 20 minutes to get from there to my house. Damn. He ain't by Tinker, then. I'm not really sure how far Tinker is from me, but I know it's not too damn far. Well, let's see. You're close to Brian, right? That's what they say, but me personally, I really don't know. They say I'm not but a stone throw away from Bryant, though.
Probably 5-6 miles, something like that.
Oh, well, hell, that's still farther than I thought it was. I thought I was within a 2 mile, maybe a 3 mile radius tops.
Well, it depends. You're probably about, 1, 2, you're a couple of miles from the corner of it, maybe 3 miles from the southwest corner base. So I guess just depending on where he's at. I mean, he might be a couple miles away, I don't know. Just depends.
The tanker is east of where I am, southeast.
No, pretty much straight east. You go down I-240 to Douglas, east of you on 240 to Douglas. And then you can either, well, to the main part, pretty much. If you go north of there, a couple miles, you'll be right there. But it's also off Sooner, the Air Depot. I mean, there's just all different places to get to it.
Yeah, boy. And I'll be right back.
Well, you gotta shut down this one, baby.
What do you say?
Damn it.
You'll turn in right here where I'm at, too.
Wave a hand, Snowman.
Good morning, Gizmo. Just got through eating down on some breakfast and had some duck eggs, hash browns, and bacon.
Duck eggs?
Yeah, duck eggs.
You said you went somewhere and ate?
No, right here.
Oh, I thought you said something about went down and ate.
No. So I threw down and ate some duck eggs, hash browns, and bacon.
No, right, Joe.
Keep eating those duck eggs, you're gonna sprout feathers.
Shit, my daughter's got fucking chickens and ducks over. They can't get rid of the eggs fast enough, even selling them or giving them away. And she goes, nobody really wants the duck eggs except you, Dad. And I'm like, bring them on. So, hell, I've got 36 duck eggs.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever ate a duck egg.
Do what?
I don't think I've ever ate a duck egg or a quail egg.
Well, quail are kind of small. They're like a banning. But these duck eggs are about like, oh shit, an extra large chicken egg. But the yellow yolks are a little thicker.
Can you taste any difference in any of them?
I can just tell they ain't come from a fucking store.
Well, I mean, a chicken versus a duck egg or quail egg.
Well, I'd rather eat good chicken eggs than I would quail. But the duck egg's a little bigger, and I guess because of the yolk being the way it is, it's got a little more flavor. I told son-in-law, I said, man, you ought to just get some fucking emus, man. He goes, fuck that shit. My daughter goes, what's an emu? I said, them eggs are big enough, one of them, you could feed 4 people off of it at breakfast.
Oh, yeah.
And they're good too. Yeah, they got ducks over there, fucking been laying eggs, chickens. They recently got some, I think, a couple of goose and some turkeys. And that pit bull of theirs, old whiskey, hell, he guards them. You so much as let another bird land down in that backyard and he'll run it off. a good dog.
I might have to take off early today.
What's that?
I said I might have to take off work early today.
Damn it, I figure you was playing hooky being around this time of day.
Nah, I'm on lunch right now.
Hell yeah, I'm getting the biscuits.
Some wings and a piece of pizza.
Damn, hell of a combo.
Yeah, no doubt.
I'm just sitting there finishing up a joint that I'd had part of earlier this morning. My after dinners, or my after meal smoke here, come on.
Oh, Tim, I just finished a bowl of crack.
Damn it. I got some PCP over here. I know everybody went silent on that one.
Yeah. Might take some out later.
It's an abbreviation for purple cream pie.
Oh, Roger. That's what Gary likes. Cream pies for purple eggplants.
Yeah, he likes the cream pie that I don't even want to visualize. He likes it ones to stand back, give that final stroke, and shoot it all down his forehead.
Yeah, he's probably got one sitting on his face. That's, I can't believe I did that to myself.
Hell, that fucker, man, he's always talking about wanting to fuck somebody and their horse and their dogs. And yeah, he ain't exactly all there in the head. You can hear him, he's like a roller coaster all the time.
It's just like talking to a brick wall, bro. You get better results by the wall.
Well, I get better results talking to my fucking parakeets, and them are my missus' birds.
Yeah. I noticed that about Gary, though. If you call him on one thing, he goes the direct opposite way to try to get out of it.
Yeah, he'll jump his attention from you. What's that, driver? What's that? And come on, man. If he's hearing a driver down at Petro, I'm going to hear it.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man. I've been here 32 fucking years in the same location. I know better.
He kind of quit doing that shit when I caught him that one time, though.
Hell, everybody's called him Gizmo. He just tries to play it off.
And I was sitting right next to his house, right beside his house. I had the main tent off my car, and I was sitting right next. I didn't hear a motherfucker around me.
Hell yeah. Oh, he would shit if I got over in that part of town where my mobile would start hammering on him.
Yeah, that some of his lies more than fucking goddamn $2 whore.
Uh-huh. Well, I ain't saying I got the fucking strongest fucking mobile, but that mobile of mine's kind of known around here a little bit there, Roger. It ain't wavered a bit in 16 going on 17 years.
John Boy Wobbly.
Hello, John Boy out there, he keeps saying, man, I want to get your mobile and put it on top of my tower and just turn the whole motherfucker. It does a good job for a little 4-pill.
Might be a slow week for them mixer drivers.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
But hell, Gizmo, I got so much ground on that fucking truck, man. You wouldn't believe it. Not only the factory, in that Ford, you got good factory grounds. Big heavy cables. But I pulled them bitches loose, scrubbed everything clean, put them back on there, and then I put fucking jumper cable type size fucking ground straps on the bed to the frame on both sides. And then the cab the same way. Shit, the motor to the frame.
Yeah, I know.
And how much rock?
That bitch got more ground than it's got balls here, right?
They got a full bend, but
Well, who knows? Maybe Smoking Joe will come out to play today.
I just hope that your motherfucker quits his shit, period. But I understand his psychological trait because I've listened to him long enough. He's miserable about his life. He's not liking how his life going. That's why he stays fucked up all the time. Acts like he does. He's bitter on life.
Yeah, it would appear that way.
I told him one day, I said, I bet you resent the day you were born. Poor fuck, he lost it.
Well, they gotta get out there if they get them. I'll be trying to figure out who his forefathers are.
What was that? I was coughing on that joint.
Yeah, he might be trying to figure out who his forefathers are. I'll tell later.
Well, my assumption, he regrets his own existence. He's crawled off in that bottle hard. Hell, his ex-wife, he tried to tell everybody, oh, me and my wife sat out there in strikers. First of all, she divorced him fucking 30 fucking years ago. Another man raised the kids because they were in the house with them two, not him. And he was still living in Connecticut. But in his mind, well, he don't discuss much about his wife's demise and his. But we already know it's public record. And he just stays in that fucking hole, don't want to come out of it. And I'm pretty sure much he don't get to see none of his family for holidays because he's always around there raising hell.
Yeah, boy.
So in other words, his son and daughter don't come nowhere near him with the grandkids, if there is any. And here on the other hand, I ain't talking shit, but I have another man's kids that come in my house bringing their kids and the grandkids.
Yeah, I had a stepson myself. I don't like calling him a stepson. He's my real son, but yeah.
Yeah, they're my adaptive kids. We adapted to each other just quite well. Hell, her daughters think there ain't another man like me. I'm one of a kind. I'm like, nah, baby girl, there's other men out there in this world just like me. I said, those that choose to act different are not men yet. They're still little boys just trying to hide in a disguise. Hell, one of the daughters, her kids thought I was their mother's father because they'd never really ever seen him. And me and my missus, we've been together, 15 years come June. And them grandkids thought...
I wouldn't say it's super quiet. I hear someone talking on some garbage radio, probably a little far out.
Don't bother me, but man, I don't want to take away what another man has. That ain't why I'm here.
Yeah, it's good to hear from people. Just
actually, I kind of promoted and prompted her kids to start talking to their dad. Kind of long story short, her son, who's going on 40, went out for milk when he was about 8, never came back.
it's a lot better since the rain ain't happening no more. We got a lot of rain the other day.
Yeah, that's Oklahoma. We got too much rain over the weekend, and we'll probably go into about a month and a half, 2 months.
I've always tried to treat them just the same way I've treated mine. Whether it's my blood green kid or not, it's still my kid.
Still my grandkids, still my great-grandbabies. Actually, all my great-grandbabies are not even my blood.
I'm glad if we can get through May without a tornado, we'll be all right. Okay.
But you couldn't tell them or me any different. We're not gonna, no, we don't play like that. I'm pop out all of them. Yep. And her son, he calls me Pa or Big Dog, one of the two.
I think I'll just stay here and drink.
I know love goes beyond the bloodline, that's for sure.
Well, blood is blood, but family don't necessarily mean blood. You think about how many people get married, they have kids between each other. You're going into another family that isn't your blood. You feel me?
Yep.
So there you have it. And we're all good with each other to the point if something happened to one of us or the other, my blood kids would still react with her the same way, and hers would still with me if something was to happen that direction.
Back here.
Shit, them kids, man, you don't go saying nothing bad about me and let them hear it. Them motherfuckers will get ready to fight. They'll fight you.
We'd be there for a week if I didn't just bully my way through there. That's about the only.
One of our daughters lives back there in the back of the hood. She'll come around here about 3 or 4 times a week. And I'll tease with her, say, yeah, Mama being mean again. Well, she was, Mama, what the fuck is your problem? Don't you leave his ass alone? And I'm like, I'm just playing, baby girl. Shit, you don't do that with her. She'll fucking get ready to fight. It's fucking funny. And the missus is like, damn, throw me in front of the bus. And I'm just sitting back there laughing.
Yeah, got me a fine jar of little battle crack. What are you doing?
Yeah, Julianne, don't play. My youngest daughter, her and the other sister that lives over here off of Penn, shit, she's quiet and real pleasant all the time, but that'd be one you don't piss off neither. Them heifers will get ready to they'll throw down with you. And that daughter of mine, she'll fight like a fucking man if she gets pushed into that corner.
My wife was like that too. She fought like a man.
Let's put it this way, she's about 5'4", something like that, a little tank of a gal. Her husband's about 6'1", they get to wrestling around. She'll reach down and get a hold of his fucking manhood and she'll get up and start walking. That big motherfucker comes up and his eyes big as shit. Or she'll look at him and say, Christopher, and she'll make a hand, cup in hand, and he'll fucking roll over. But he's been good to her, man. I've been blessed. I've got a good son-in-law. And I told him that one day, he goes, oh, damn big, and I'm like, well, any man that's got a daughter, this is something he likes to see. That his baby girl is respected, she's treated like a woman, and she's looked after and protected. I said, other than that, I ain't got a fucking thing to say. And you're good to my grandkids. You're good to her and the grandkids, and you do right by them. Shit, I'm sitting down. When you ain't got to worry about them, because you know they're in good hands, that's the best feeling in the world.
One coming up on your right there. Another. And another.
Yeah, I talked to a CB shop this morning about this radio.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, they told me I'm under-driving it, that it's a high-drive linear, and I'm under-driving it.
Well, I think the best thing is have someone take you out there and let them just line it up to the amp and let it go.
Yeah.
Because truthfully, on Cobra 29s, to really get the potential out of them, there's a couple of things that need to be done other than just turn the screw. Other than that, after that, they'll walk and talk.
Yeah. If I had my eyes, I could clip the audio all the way open. Yeah, I could actually do a few things with this radio, but without eyes, it's impossible.
Yeah, right. Yeah, there's an audio chip, too, the 7205. It can be changed over to 7205 AP, which allows more audio to come through the circuit. But clipping's not something that I promote doing, but just in the variable and doing that shit like that.
Yeah, I really don't like messing with the audio chip or the vinyl though, you know?
And set it right, it'll pull a lot to the audio. And enough to keep, because see, like I said, I've had one that, an amp, it took fucking 3 watts to push it. Because if they don't have enough wattage to push, you'll hear them fucking goddamn relays clattering. And I mean, them bitches will chatter.
Well, as soon as I told him what the paperwork said on this, he said, that's your problem, you're under-driving it.
Roger. Yeah, but see, it's what's weird. It's because when you was up there to the 4 watts, it sounded like he was eating biscuits. And to me, that's a sign of something that's being overfed.
Well, I also found out something else about this radio late last night, that I didn't know before.
Oh, yeah? Enlighten me.
Okay. Either someone lied to me about the high and low switch, or the manufacturer got it upside down, one or the other.
A Cobra 29?
No, the box.
Oh. Hell, I've got one over here in a shoebox. You have to, and this is no shit, it's AM and sideband, but the sideband part don't work on it or something, but it works good on AM. If you flip it to AM, it don't work. You flip it to sideband and it works.
Oh.
Yeah, so I don't even worry about it. I know the trick.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be back. I gotta go take care of some business.
Yeah. Fire in the hole.
Yes, we stand by. Pick that thing about 12 over, something like that. It won't last long, about 15, 20 minutes, and it goes the other way. Everything the windows, come on. And be sure to drink a lot of water, come on. Drink a lot of water.
Beautiful guys. We're talking 70 sunshine, light winds, more storms tomorrow. All right, make it a good day. Bye.
Alrighty then, alrighty then.
Design you feel in every detail.
Radio Shack 19. Damn, appreciate it.
Going to the storage lot or the yard?
To the yard.
I'll pull back out there.
Okay. Maybe the one behind me will go around. Okay, there they go.
Hey, Don. Two trucks in front of you over there. Take your time. You been there, right? All right. Have a good day.
Hell yeah. I got called a bitch ass nigga.
Nigga?
Yeah, by the thieving motherfucker over there. He was out there with a hoodie and gloves and face all covered up. And there was a car backing out of his driveway. And I was sitting there looking at it from the gate. And he seen me looking. So I put my fingers up there to my eyes and, you know, like I'm watching you. You don't know me, fuck you, bitch ass nigga.
Oh, hell.
Yeah, show up!
And you're strapped there, right?
Hell yeah.
30-6, baby! She ain't playing.
30-6! That motherfucker just kept looking and looking. When I did that little signal like I'm watching you, he started mouthing off a bunch of shit. Yeah, they fucking unscrewed the goddamn corner again.
Good afternoon.
Well, see, I don't want to go on record and say your biggest priority is up in Oklahoma City. See, I don't want to do shit.
What you said, right, man?
So if the police don't want to do nothing, it's time the people stand up and taking the shit back in their own hands. Come on. When the law falls.
Damn it,
before the people.
What the fuck is that all muffled up?
So then the popo ain't gonna do nothing to nobody.
Call me on. Hello. Quick 1-9 for radio check. Anybody got a copy?
Yeah, come on.
You sure thing getting out there?
Yeah, it's getting out.
Get on there. Oh, y'all. Appreciate it. Get on there? Yeah. Test order. How's this sound now since I was talking?
Hell yeah! Sure! Hell yeah!
Good, man. I think it needs a different microphone. Hang on a minute.
Oh my. Flush behind you, flush behind.
The squeal!
Bitch ass Neville. That was pretty funny when he said that. You know that motherfucker's worried. I should have yelled over to him, I'm gonna get them fucking fingers, boy.
Hey Snake, is this thing squealing?
I don't hear it.
Modulation up here okay?
You're too close. Ask me that. I mean, it's getting out, but it ain't like crystal clear. It's too close.
Roger.
You cocksuckers still speak English out there?
Nah, put me another knob on the back of this little handheld D104, that one that comes factory on it. Ours it's hard to get a hold of to turn it up and down,
so I put one kind of sticks out a little bit where I can kind of grab a hold of it and turn it up down. And it don't fit quite all the way down on there just right. So I can't never tell if it's slipping on there or what.
You ready to go, or are you pulling in here?
Yeah, I got to pull in.
Okay.
I don't know what he's doing, but usually he's pretty clear, pretty loud over here. And I don't know what he's doing, but he don't sound the same. Come on.
I bet you I crank that box on that summit, you go squealing probably.
I don't know why they got to throw a little dicky after it. Guess they're mad. Thought it was my offset shit on this SDR, but I moved it down to like 27.080 or some shit.
Bunch of barrels of acid fell on Highway 52 and they shut it down.
Yeah, they lost their barrels.
I think they lost 15 barrels of some kind of acid.
Oh, hell, maybe clean the road off.
Somebody's acid has killed 15 barrels. Come on.
Yeah, that part of the road's gonna be really clean.
I think old 1378 said he seen that one out there. Well, there's one out there, and I see it on the flat side pointing west now. I did see one over here in the northeast. It's gone. Now it's over on the west side.
You can't see me.
Got that smoky bear in the construction zone.
And that dude's in front of his house, wearing a hoodie, a face mask, and gloves, all covered up, and terrorizing the fucking neighborhood. None of the Mexican dudes around there do anything. They told us all about that thieving son of a bitch. And he's riding around in the fucking neighborhood on a little bitty old like 50 quad. I don't know, it's one of them little bitty ones. He painted it all black. And he's been riding around that motherfucker terrorizing the whole neighborhood. And he stole that from the neighbors across the street from him.
Where'd you get that little carjacking? Damn it, here I go, round two. Hell, if I buy that motor, it's got that electric starter on it, I might have to buy a whole other clutch to set up and all that crap.
You just always see that metal cap like you would for animals. People say.
Roger, right out. Oh, hello! What are you doing over there? Fixing to take this motor off. I'm fixing to give me a fucking big motor. Fucking big motor to put on here. How many motors you gonna put on it? It may take 6 of them before it's all said and done. I got to have some motherfucking pull. You have to put 10 speeds on it. Just shift gears. No, it's got a 7 speed on it. Fuck all that totaling shit. And fuck that pull rope shit too. I'm getting one of the fucking electric starters. Hell with that shit. Where are you getting all these motors? Well, this last one I bought over Harbor Freight for about $129. A friend of mine, his nephew's got one. It's 492cc, which is about 14 horsepower, I think we guesstimated it. And he's got one that's got the electric starter, pull-up starter, all of it. $75. It's a Kohler motor.
Heck yeah, get that one.
That's the one I'm fixing to get. Might go Harbor Freight and see if they'll take this other one back. Somebody's ain't got no power, I'm gonna tell them that too. They'll start some bitch over and go give the fucking power, or the motherfucker ain't got no fucking power whatsoever. I mean, I was still in warranty, but I don't know if they'll give me my money back because I've done put gas in oil on the motherfucker. That's the only thing. If they don't, then I'll just have to fucking sell it on the marketplace, I guess.
Yep, that's all you can do.
Hell, I bet the son of a bitch ain't got 20 minutes worth of run time on the motor. Yeah, I had chopper forks on it. I took them off yesterday. Put the regular forks back on it. Hell with that shit, because I know once I go get that motherfucker throttle, somebody's going to run up off the ground with them chopper forks on it.
4. Get all that scale in there, ready for it.
Yeah, construction on the 240 entrance ramp. Those are broken up.
Is that us? I didn't see any rubber.
I heard it, but I don't know what it was.
Hey, your left side looks fine. I'm going to use over to the right. Whatever it wasn't us.
Hell yeah. Yeah, about a Screaming Eagle.
Drop truck.
Gently get off on 15th.
Gunslinger, stand by for a short.
Hey, let's get on the middle lane. I ain't got some kind of
Forgot to turn off my PTO.
Hey, it's gonna be a minute before I can get over it.
10-4.
You got his lights on?
No, just behind me.
He's well, fuck him then.
I just want to give him the courtesy of going by me before he turns the lights on. Come on.
Hey, get over here just a minute.
Careful.
You can jump on foot on this big impact. Come on.
What's down? Keep this in here.
75. Fast as you want to go.
Not just
I'm the Smoky Bear behind you. Hammer down. Hurry up. Get out of my way.
he turned on his radar in 1 second.
watch that Dodge, white Dodge, right next to it. That motherfucker's crazy. That's a crazy nigger right there.
Jimbo. You in a hurry?
Yes, sir.
You get up there and run over Mr. State Patrol in a minute.
Oh, shit. I hope he gets him.
I just hope he ain't going up there to get ahead of us, take us to that fucking scale.
Man, I just cannot stand how many fucking sand niggers there is now driving trucks.
They ain't going through Arkansas, though.
Man, I hope Arkansas becomes real strict and everybody else follows.
Yeah, send them to Arkansas. They won't make it there. They send their asses home.
Yeah, motherfuckers are crazy.
Let's hope like Oklahoma start doing what Arkansas did, send all their asses back home.
There he is. He come up here and got him a customer.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
good deal. I wish it would have picked that fucking nigger in that dog.
Give me yachty.
Yes, sir. Fucking movie.
What they call them, chongos, yantas, oils.
They're slow in the right lane, and I got one coming out.
All of the above.
Yeah, see, that's the ball.
They figured out what that guy was doing here.
Correct advantage.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Brent, did you just see that across? They just hired another haul driver?
They hired another one besides Robert.
Yeah.
They better get some trucks fixed then, hadn't they?
It says, welcome, Jared, to the haul team. Good, glad to work with you. And I thought, what's he going to drive?
Yeah. Guess they planning on training him in a mixer for a while.
Yeah.
We're gonna take 1B, West.
Mission, did you?
I'm glad to replace him.
Yeah. After they told me, we went down there last week to pick it up and asked, well, what was wrong with it? Oh, we didn't find nothing. Art asked him, well, how far did you drive it? He said, oh, about 5 or 6 miles. Then the fuel light came on, so he turned around and came back. Said, well, there's usually 30 or 35 gallons left in that tank when that fuel light comes on.
Yeah. I know they don't. Since I left, they don't drive them very far.
Yeah, I think he just drove it down Reno. He didn't even get that on the interstate. Then they said, well, we ain't taking it. You know, and I guess the Shea called down there the next day or something, and evidently they got it out there and drove it and said, well, it needs a new transmission.
Yeah. Well, I figure they can, if they've got a transmission, they can have it swapped out in a day.
Yeah, well, that's going to be warranty shit, so they ain't going to get on it right quick.
Yeah, I know.
L132 probably needs a new oil pump in it if it keeps going to zero.
I know, I don't understand that one, unless it's just something electrical in it.
Yeah.
I don't guess Steve ever had a problem with it, or if he was, he wasn't writing it up.
Yeah, I don't think he drove it just a day or so before he got in that other one.
They don't really want to fly by you right now. They want to probe.
Oh, really? Who was driving 132 then?
Well, I think it was in the shop whenever he was supposed to get it, and he just ended up getting 134 because Jason quit.
Oh, no, I was talking about Steve.
Oh, Steve. Yeah, ain't no telling. He might not have been riding shit up on it.
Yeah. When I drove it for a whole day with it doing it, and I never did hear it rattle or knock or anything, so I don't think it's actually losing oil pressure. I think it's just all in the gauge or the cylinder or something.
Yeah, it might be that old.
They said they replaced the cylinder unit, but it was doing it, but it wasn't doing it as fast. You want 132? And I said, dude, I'll stay in 131.
Yeah, I wish I would have stayed in 130.
Where you at? Yeah, I know it.
Well, I thought 138 was going to have a problem. That's why I didn't take it. Now it's going to 135.
Come up before that, so I'm working on them first. I had my taxi done and re-oiled, so that's another one. It comes into play.
Downtown, report downtown.
Alrighty, got it.
30 out of them? Yeah, they're cool.
Just put them next to the other ones there in the front. It's a tip order. Two, right?
Yeah, we need 2 and 3.
There you go.
All right, perfect. These will keep going straight when we get up there to 74. Just goes up right there.
Pretty lights on the side, Chaz.
I'm working on it, Chaz. Okay, after the white picket
north. He didn't have his radio on.
Yep.
Looked like he had his window down, his arm out. He was just enjoying the sunshine and the wind.
Yeah. Wishing it was that Harley he's supposed to be getting.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's supposed to be buying him a Harley off his uncle in Florida. Well, he probably won't get it this year.
Oh, really?
What's your hold up here south or westbound? Where you on top? Want to be the outside lane?
best son in the world out here, but ain't nobody I heard talk to. They're too quiet. But don't take a big radio to have fun. Everybody needs to go buy one, have some fun. Ain't nobody out there, you can't let them talk. Well, there you go. Pretty good. Go ahead. Have a good day, brother. Up on these guys, he gets some good on the radio. They jaguars fuck around, you know, they fuck the shit up. I just could have done it more time. That's so long. Come on, we all sandbagging. That's bringing 244. It's sandbagging.
Ready when you are.
I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere on this radio, and hey, it's big. 3D World coming to me. Not this year, but many things. So it's coming. Pretty much. This time next year, there won't be no more bill. It'll be just all base station. Come on. Here's all the mobile radios you can't get rid of.
up a little bit if you can, Danny. That way you can make that turn there.
Got any dumbass truckers out there don't know how to drive?
Well, since I ain't heard nothing, God dang it, my parts won't be here until maybe tomorrow or next day. Because I ain't heard nothing. See, you can't trust the fucking internet or the post office. You can't trust the motherfucker. So that one of the things I can't buy locally, I just wanted to do it out because I'm still safe buying shit over the fucking internet.
Well, just let me know we're right by them both sides. Okay.
shaking. I seen something behind me the whole time, that's why I wasn't trying to step.
Sharp there, car hauler.
I'm gonna turn on this side road here.
Devil.
Gunslinger 244, standing by out mobiling. Watch out, Mustang, I could be coming near you today, come on. Hey, come on. Here's us that way across town, right? Back off, but. You let me on, I'm going to right back off. I'm going to right back off. Brandy, I come on 44 southbound. Hell no, right now he's wall to wall. Right, check it, that's 12. Sorry, man, just second quarter, come on, 44.
What's up, fool?
There we go.
Well, them lines was up. Come on now, bend those lines. Let's get the butt.
Thank you. to the dumb son of a bitch, ain't you? Where's that dumb son of a bitch here, driver? Let's get him. I got a brand new road. Let's
brother, 1 mile radio check. See this new mic is working. Come on. Brother, anybody got a copy on Gunslinger 244? Oh, man, I've been trying to get a new mic check. Gunslinger 244 said that. Come on. I appreciate it. Have a fun one out there. Where you be on Ford? No, I'll be on Interstate 44 coming up on 89th Street, Interstate 44. Come on. I'm at 89th and 44. You fix to get off there on 89. We appreciate the mic check and radio check. You sound the same in here, loud and clear. Come on. Out 40 Roger, be Gunslinger 244. We're standing by.
747, you got a copy on Gunslinger 244, County Road. Might work, come on. Yeah, I appreciate it. What kind of mic is that? Probably on a road double mic now, come on.
And swinging your partner around. It's just like a doggone square downs out here.
I don't go downtown.
I suppose I don't want to put it all over.
brother, mic check. What about audio check? Is Amy working? Hello, break.
Come on here first.
What about audio check? Hello, break. Is this thing getting out now? Hello, Gunslinger 244.
Rachel's probably gonna do a burst for it.
Gunslinger 244, we're trying to hit over. Yeah, I guess nobody's out there. Yep, I don't think nobody's out there, hello. Yeah, about right there. It don't squeal right there. It should sound all right. That's it. Mic check, audio.
too.
Let's do Mike's down. This is like he's out. Let's do a ladder. It's playing. It'll be all right. Gunslinger 244, we're trying to hello, break.
How many bedrooms?
There's all the records. I took a dare to on to the bed. We'll check y'all later. Big Gunslinger 244 on the phone.
Bucks is his black one.
Every time. Yeah, that into it. It's gonna really suck because it won't make it as good of a run.
No, that is taking a look for a 3 gun.
Yeah, I've seen that. Unless you got 16 wide, then it's okay.
Yeah, but doing that, you're going to have 2.
I mean, I just didn't know if cost of living was maybe a little...
Yeah, I guess going the back ways like that.
Yes, sir. Too much.
How about radio check? 19, what about radio check? Audio, new mic, hello.
I might have to tell Mama not to cook when she plans on cooking tonight.
Is that not much of an appetite?
Mic check, 1, 2.
What are you doing? Asparagus, I don't know what else. Who the hell is this? Probably some eggs and toast. That's about all I need, really.
That little bug's been going around. Dad got it last week.
I gotta go down here and get an A&A truck at the Norman plant. Big trip, I've never even seen you.
Cameron got it for, I guess, a little bit. He got over it pretty quick.
You're not supposed to see me, you hear me, be gone, come on.
says she got 3 more calls holding.
Oh, somebody down 1-3 called holding. Come on. I can't help it. I had to try it one more time. Hell yeah. That's right. There we go. Hello. 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 Is that too much? Hello.
Wait, 19 radio check.
All right, radio check. You got a copy? You're getting out.
In front of me. Okay.
All right, radio. You're getting out.
Damn, I smell money.
Gunslinger 244 said that you're definitely getting out.
There ain't no money in this. Yeah, there's more money in that than there is in this. I don't know about that. Y'all make all that money. Nah, you make more money yours than walking. Maybe walking, but they ain't gonna be enough.
Like seems to be working all right. Hell, got no change, but it'll be all right.
Y'all have a good day.
Yeah, I think I got a little more modulation right here. Squealing, come on. Yeah, I did all I can get out of it. I did it without squealing. Now you have volume.
got so wet it shrunk.
Yeah, well, it didn't say nothing back to the city.
Yeah, 10-4, I'm heading south there on 35.
Ah, be careful.
Y'all too, we'll get you later.
Motherfuckers!
Fucking door swing back here with one of his arms up in the air like, the fuck? Come on. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you're all good, driver. I thought that was you.
I hate this fucking number two because that fucking telephone pole.
Yeah, I don't like none of them.
worry, man. I got this little chick today anyway.
that channel already. I don't hit the stub, maybe they know. Yeah, you on this channel?
Yeah. What about radio check? Audio. Is this thing getting out any better now? Hello, Gunslinger 244, standing by. There we go. Hello, everybody here out there, come on.
I'm going to go ahead and head that way so I can get back in before you show up down there.
Oh, Barry, you got a copy on this radio out there? Hello. Coming around here. See how this thing puts out right here. Hello, 19. Anybody got a copy? Hello, I'm Cotton Slinger 244. Come and see what's on here, baby.
Alright, taking it from 121 feet to 240.
Copy that.
Taking this 121 feet to 240.
121 feet.
I don't know, maybe turn this on back up.
I think from here, I know exactly where I'm at.
Don't make me turn this new mic loose on your ass. Come on. I'm only got it on 3. Come on. Only on 3. 1, 2, 3. Come on. Hello. Mic check. turn right. Right.
Thank you, Woody. I'm going to have to take it slow because I'm probably going to get that cold. Well, I still don't know what I'm doing.
Well, you know what you're doing? Put the third over the bottom. You got it on.
What about that swell? I left my blinker on.
Oh, screaming eagle.
Hey, Alex. Alex. So you're telling me to go up the other way?
Okay.
Hey, that cuts loose right there in front of you. So you only got a little bit of that left that cuts loose right in front of you there. Alright, yeah, I gotta go up to Kansas City for tomorrow morning.
You were gonna always drop on the side west. I told you right before there.
Copy that. Where you headed?
I think it's called Austin. It's like ALS.
Okay, alright. Well, right there at the bottom of Wichita Falls there, right where it splits off or comes back together, you had two locals sitting down there. DOT bear running around in that same area. Alright, you do the thing.
Well, I guess you ain't breaking no laws. I guess you have to worry about the birds of the DOT, Roger. Start speeding, come on.
Roger, right on.
Right on, come on.
That's right.
Oh, right on.
Take a break. Look like an X got a backward swing.
Front swing, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's about.
Looks like backward swing to me.
If you ain't got a little upswing, that means you ain't got no much of a backswing. Come on. That's right. Get her done.
check.
Project 747. I'm about 747, get out there.
Check it, a radio check.
Radio 434, 747, yeah, I'm about 9747, you hanging out there somewhere, come on.
Cowboy just got started, so. Yeah, I got about 2 hours in, so I'm good to go.
Yeah, commode.
They stopping up there above it somewhere. He said maybe almost stopped right before the entrance. Nah, they good. Come on. It's rolling. All right, y'all be careful. I'm going to go this way. Y'all go that way. All right, big brother, be careful.
Better get your ass on up here, brother.
Shit, I'm trying. I got a little bitty car. He got no big car.
Shit, I just got that little old bitty motor.
Yeah, I believe it's Mike helping my direction. Come on. Give it a little more push.
Come on, jump on.
Time to wake up, come on. We got modulation, come on. There we go. No squeal. Hello. Getting out. Mic check. Audio check. Kmart check. Walmart. Channel 6 check. Hello, 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 hello. Hello. There we go. Check it right back up.
I think it's tracking pretty good now.
Yeah, it looks like it is.
Top here it does. There's one up.
They're working pretty hard back there at El Reno.
Oh shit, that's the way we're going. North and downtown, it's look good that way.
Appreciate you. Have a good ride to the loop.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yo, 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 Tempura Shrimp Joe, what's up, motherfucker? Yo, Gary Ferris, where you at, you dumb bitch?
We'll be going too much today. It's Monday. It's still pretty goddamn quiet out there, come on. Yeah, it's still pretty goddamn quiet. Check that out. Yep, there we go. Yep, it's not too bad. Yep. Yo, far behind that mic, come on. Put it all on me, radio with that, come on. See how far the distance I can get, hello. On channel 19, EX plan, hello. I guess that ain't very far at all.
Come on, now. Yeah, this works. Hello, come on. Audio, hello. Mark check, hello. I'm having a little talking out there, hello. No echo. There we go. Post wheel. Here we go. Now, I'm going to take off the talk bag. I can turn it all the way up. Come on. I just don't know what it sounds like now. Hello, Matt. Can you this thing working out? There's too much money. old DJW.
Yeah, what's up?
We do it when we get back, but I mean, it don't matter. I mean, like I said, we go get it weighed.
What's up? What's up?
Hard dicks and helicopters, mate.
All right.
Yeah, I thought we was going to Ohio. We're going to go all the way from town to that road. Here's what it is. I'm down the road.
Got that money on me?
Hey, you got that TV?
Go over and jump on 40, right?
chains and binders, they ain't good at it.
Ah, that's a free floating trailer. It just hangs on by air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What kind of hair are you hanging on by? Hello.
All right, boys, y'all in front of them, headed to the T8. Oh, maybe I ought to get this light put on over there.
Yo, what's up, motherfucker?
Fuck you, get out of my yard, Get the fuck out of my yard.
Yes, sir. We're over here. Let that door back up. Back into the spot over
What?
got mechanics at this yard too, huh?
Yeah, come on!
I like going commando.
The fuck was that?
What size you got there? Let's talk about that.
You know, like small, sometimes extra small.
Now, come on. That ain't gonna work.
What size do you wear?
Extra small. Sounds like we better get together.
These are luxury.
Colors my truck white.
Okay. It might work. Well, I'm eastbound. I'm going to have to meet you down the road somewhere. Get off that mic. Get off that mic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's going on? 40 westbound.
Goddamn Bruce Leroy.
Traveler.
You still Bruce Leroy there?
Oh, really? Oh, really? Come on. Yes, I do. In your truck. Hey, what? You're here.
Really?
Come on.
Oh, what?
Don't fucking no. I think she's got a big truck. That's your drive. Weaving in and out.
Oh, right off the fucking road then.
Yeah, you gotta pull over and get her number.
Yeah, don't catch that on CB radio. She probably don't have one of those.
Right.
CB, yeah, okay.
I mean, I couldn't be wrong.
So you're absolutely right. I noticed she had a Texas license plate.
Got a what?
Texas license plate.
Hell yeah. Hell, she might whoop your ass.
That's what I'm saying, shit. Guns too.
Yeah, she might walking out kung fu shit on your ass. Come on. Oh, 244 standing by.
I won't believe it.
Who's that way out there? Come on.
Who dat? Who dat? Who dat? Who dat? Hey, when you gonna get that trike up and going? Trike? Oh, my bad. Thought you were the other guy with the trike.
No, ain't me.
I still get you confused with Junebug for some reason.
Shit.
It's just the
We don't have Roger beep beep.
Yeah. I'll have to remember that when he comes on. This way I can tell you to a pop bar or Roger beep, because he's got one and you don't.
No, I don't have one on this radio.
Who don't want to be? Come on.
Hello out there, gunslinger. Gunslinger's a mud dog. Whack, 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 whack.
Alright. Hell yeah, you got bitch ass nigga, come on.
All right, you. No radio, no crying.
That's what that little punk ass called me. He called me a bitch ass nigga.
Who did?
That thieving son bitch over by my job, I seen him outside, and I did that, you know, that suggestion where you put your two fingers by your eyes and then point at them like I'm watching you. He said, "Fuck you, motherfucker, you don't know who I am, you bitch ass nigga."
Damn it.
I was telling my boss about that, and he goes, "Well, for right now, but we will." Yeah, I talked to the neighbor that lives right next door to him. He said that motherfucker stole all kind of bullshit from him.
Oh, he lives there?
And the cops won't do nothing about it.
That's when you get a whole swarm to gun. Whoop his fucking ass and send him on down the road. Come on.
Did drive by clubbing on his ass. I don't know nothing about even that Mexican dude. He like sawing his hand. He's suggesting to cut his hands off.
Well,
is the guy black? No, they're Mexican.
Oh, he called you a bitch ass nigga.
Yeah. He's a teenager. Apparently he lives there with his daddy.
He don't make a fucking thief. The thief ain't worth a fuck.
Is he old enough to get his ass whooped?
If he's old enough to steal it.
I don't know. I don't think he's over 18. I don't think. He might be somewhere pretty close.
Hell, if he's old enough to steal, he's old enough to get the fuck beat out of him. Come on. That's for sure.
Hey, Gary probably knows him. They probably go to them thief meetings together.
The thief beat that motherfucker.
Who that?
Even the movies tell you one way to break a thief. Beat the fuck out of him, run him out of town. Come on. Beat the fuck out of him, run him out of town. Me, I already shot the motherfucker myself, but that's just me. I already shot him.
Roger.
Hell yeah, spit that shit out. This brought you in the first place.
Is that Jim Bird's brother?
I guess my audio is okay. I guess so. We are listening to Monday Night Raw on Channel 19, worldwide, but quiet. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, get her done. Hell yeah, get some shrimp gumbo. Hell yeah, get her done.
I'm just gonna pull around. Oh, I'm not gonna leave. I'm just gonna pull outside the gate over in the park where they park at my office. So we ain't their way around here. Hell, I was gonna watch yeah, I was always calling. Better go find a cold beer.
Hey, Pete, you got a bear behind you.
Do what?
To who? that one. That's where my nigga on. But it's all or nothing on 19. It's all or nothing. Come on. Damn, I don't have no skip or nothing. Holy shit. Yeah, that's not good.
Triple Mi Vega.
Damn it.
211.
Orion.
Orion.
Where you at?
44th and Eastern.
Hell yeah.
Got a copy on 44th and Eastern.
Hell yeah.
Still on that K40?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I think it talks all right. I think the ears are a little less. I don't know though. May just be this radio.
What radio is it?
4600 turbo.
Oh, damn. Sound good.
How feel? Where are you at?
Same spot I'll be at.
Danforth.
I had to go over to fucking stockyards after work, pick some casters up. Fucking off right now.
Some casters?
Yeah.
You put casters on.
Really not safe.
Danforth.
Old dipshit might have his ears on.
Top view.
Your radio's reaching good.
Too loud.
What'd he say?
Well, once it's good, I say, hell, roll back quiet one more time on 19, come on.
Man, they were cleaning this other lane up down here on Eastern today, and I guess it still ain't open.
Cleaning what up?
They had the brushes out cleaning up that closed-ass lane. All the cones are down, now they're back up. The lane's all clean looking, but they got the cones up still.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, underneath the underpass there. About just half-assed tempted to just drive over the top of them motherfuckers. Tear my hair damn off, though. I'd probably be mad about that.
They probably definitely frown upon it.
Well, I mean, it's my pickup.
Insurance.
Well, I don't think I'd file it on insurance. I think I'd just go buy a new air dam. But that's still like $150.
Oh, yeah.
But it'd almost be worth it. I mean, it'd make me feel better.
Just get you some of that fucking drill pipe, make you a damn bull bar.
Yeah? Could do that. Main thing about putting a full replacement on this sumbitch anyway.
A what?
A full replacement bumper.
Roger. Does that company over there in Tuttle or whatever still make them bumpers?
I'm not sure.
Boondock or whatever the hell it's called?
Yeah, I don't know. I hadn't heard of them in a while.
They used to make some badass bumpers.
Yeah. Well, I think for that good, they're reasonably priced. They're probably still in business.
They probably took that COVID money and shut down shop.
Yeah, that's possible too.
Hell, apparently a lot of motherfuckers did that shit.
Yeah. Claim it as a loss, get all your money back, do something else.
You're able to do something else.
Well, damn no Roger beeper.
Roger, beeper.
Copiado, copiado. Copiado, 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 copiado.
He say something about cornholio?
Copiado.
Oh, fuck off, dipshit.
Damn it. All you got going over there?
No, I was wasting a little bit of time.
Let me check on the way out and see if it is empty trailers on this side so we can get some in the morning.
No, you don't hear that fucking Mexican whistling and shit?
Oh, yeah, I did hear that.
Over there hollering at his chihuahua.
Golly. Over there, huh?
There's 120, 113, and need 3 trailers over here. These guys doesn't need all the trailers here. There's only one guy. Boy. That is what it is.
Goddamn Julio Iglesias.
Yes, sir.
Do I?
But Octavio Stupidacio?
Basically.
Did you say something to me? Because God, I turned it down a minute ago. Something called. No.
Aye. Ten. There's fucking Jose again with his Roger beep.
Backshot.
Or a slowdown, I don't know when.
Can I have that mic?
Hola, hola. Cuidado.
Hola, hola, hola. Hola, hola.
Hola, hola. Cállate, estúpido.
What'd you say?
Can you get a what?
What kind of water do you need? Hell yeah!
Roll up your ass, motherfucker.
I get a radio check. Hello, coming up. Trying to get a radio check.
We ain't giving out radio checks today.
You just gave out a radio check.
You're not giving out no radio checks. I do appreciate it.
That's why I said we ain't giving out radio checks today.
Well, I appreciate it.
You gotta come back tomorrow.
Go on the go.
Break 19 radio check.
We ain't giving none today.
Appreciate it, thank you.
No radio checks. No radio checks today, Buck. That was wrong with that fucking Mexican keying up and doing his Roger Beep thing. Well, you know, you got a little nouns in them.
Well, I was in Washington, D.C. this morning.
Well, that's cool.
Morse code.
I was there visiting a boy. He's in the Army there. We flew back into Wichita this afternoon, and I jumped right back in the truck.
I bet you a bunch of them pedophilers are sure sad today.
Yeah, he's been in there 18 years. He's going to retire there, I guess. Have a good day.
What happened? Their leader died.
Oh, he's talking about the Pope.
Said he had a cerebral, whatever, so he had a stroke.
Well, how long?
Embolism. Cerebral stroke.
They should have done that.
He was doing the stroke. Probably had a little boy there, gave him a heart attack from it. Was he stroking to the east, stroking to the west?
Probably stroking off some kid.
Hell yeah.
I guess he was they said he was the first something. I guess he was Spanish or some crap or some bullshit. Yeah, he was one of them fuckers that was going along with all this woke bullshit. I hope your fucking microphone breaks, you goddamn nitwit.
Was that the same dumbass that plays the shitty music?
I don't know. It's probably the skip lane. Just while ago he said, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Oh, you hear him whistling for his chihuahua?
Oh, it's that shit right there. That little beeping bullshit.
Hey, check this fucked up shit out. Well, they come through here a while back and repaved the whole neighborhood. Now the motherfuckers are back today ripping the fucking road back up. They just laid asphalt down on it quite a few months ago. Now they're tearing it back up.
Utilities?
I don't know what the fuck it is. They paved the whole fucking road from 29th to 36. Since on Douglas. Yeah, they's out there on 29th coming back into the neighborhood, ripping the road back up.
Damn it.
I wish I knew who to call. I'd fucking give them a piece of my fucking mind over that shit. It's a bunch of crap.
Wasting taxpayer money.
That's good, man. Call me when he's one of them three. That's good, man. Call me.
Yeah, you can't get them motherfuckers to listen to nobody. Hell, got this cocksucker stealing shit from my job. We know who it is, where he lives, and everything. Hell, this morning I seen him out there and I did that little suggestion, you know, I'm watching you. And he started calling me all kinds of names and called me a nigger and all kind of shit.
Now, isn't that the best part about it?
And then you call the cops. It's for my job. I mean, if I lived next door to him and he was stealing my shit, I'd done fucked him up and his goddamn parents.
What's he stealing?
Dude, they're whacking the fucking leads off the generators and shit, stealing all the copper wire.
Damn it.
Hell, I walk around out there ain't a fucking lead one sticking up out of anything. They've sawed them all off, and over the weekend they was in there again. They fucking took the screws out of the goddamn fence. And I've called called the police department. I've called Santa Fe. I've left messages to call me back. And not a fucking thing. These fucking cops, the police department, they just fucking suck ass, man. I guess people's just gonna have to deal with the shit themselves. Start making motherfuckers disappear.
Tell them you're gonna call the AEG if they don't call you back.
The squeaky wheel gets all the attention.
They'll call.
Yeah, I thought about leaving them another message. If you clowns don't come out here and do something about this shit, I'm gonna start calling the news organization, but hell, them motherfuckers ain't gonna do nothing about it either. It's like nowadays, if you're a law-abiding citizen, they don't want shit to do with you. And it's like they're protecting all the criminals and shit. I don't get it. Fucking 25 years ago, it's been a while since these got all these fucking young-ass rookie cops. I know back in the day, if motherfuckers were stealing shit, them cops would be all over that shit, boy. They'd be camping out, waiting, trying to catch them. These motherfuckers don't want to do jack shit.
Feller, you're not dead keen. Now, I know you're trying, but you're not dead keen. He's talking right over the top of you.
Man, parking lot radios can't dead key nobody.
This motherfucker, man. This dude.
Well, I don't know. Sometimes we're trying, though, I guess.
This motherfucker was on that incline underneath the bridge, leaning on this shopping cart with an angle, nodding off. This motherfucker about fell over 20 times.
Damn it.
That's pretty awesome.
Hey, look, the guy that lives next door to that motherfucker, he's talking about sawing his hands off.
The hell?
I guess maybe they do that down in Mexico. Catch them thieving some bitches and cut their hands off.
Yeah, that's actually a Middle Eastern thing.
Hell yeah, I used to watch that shit on Gore.
Yeah, I told him, I said, yeah, I've seen that shit on the internet. I've seen all that shit on the internet.
Boy, they put your shit down on the fucking concrete and whack that bitch off and just fucking push you on over.
Got some of them Greenlee cable cutters, or wire cutter. It's for that big shit. It operates like a handcuff. You loop it around the wire and then clench it in, and you start ratcheting that, and it just closes up and just cuts it off. That's what them thieving some bitches need, and they put their fingers in there.
PP.
Yeah, I'd love to fuck that motherfucker up, but I know if I do anything to him, I'll be sitting in jail.
Tell your boss to bail you out and beat his ass.
That dude next door told me today, he said his son's about my size. He said he had him beating the fuck out of him, made him cry.
Do that next time he walks by. Do the fucking crying idea at him.
Oh, yeah. Somebody steal some shit from you?
Yeah, they've wiped all the leads off all the generators and motors in our yards over there.
Kill him. All right, I guess. Well, let's kill him.
Well, that is the idea, but no, I think that's too good. That's too easy.
Cut his goddamn fingers off, inch at a time.
I thought about doing that, cutting them digits off.
Well, that dog of yours bite, put that motherfucker down in there. Bite his fucking ass.
I don't know why that Mexican dude next door to him puts up with that shit. He's telling me he left, went to Mexico for a while and come back. And that motherfucker stole all kind of shit out of his yard.
Now you need to accidentally plug those fucking generators up.
Yeah, they're just sitting in the yard. They ain't hooked up.
Yeah, power them some bitches up.
Yeah, make them motherfuckers hot wire.
This ain't like a Harbor Freight generator. This is oil field, big shit. There ain't no engine on it, so it ain't gonna work.
Yeah, hook 110 up to it. When he grabs on anything, it's gonna fucking bite him.
Hell yeah, 110 will fuck your ass up.
Dude, if you ran an extension cord out there to hook it up to it, they just steal the fucking extension cord.
Not if you don't see it.
I ain't going doing all that. There's nothing to hook up to out there. This is shit sitting out on pallets and stuff. Guess I need to find some little gangbangers around there or something. Say, you need to go over and talk to this motherfucker.
Hey, get that guy in that one video you get. Oh, you won't pick his fucking nose.
I don't know any of these young motherfuckers. All the ones I know are like my age and shit, and they ain't trying to do nothing like it.
Hey, you go over and hold that son of a bitch down and pick his fucking nose for him.
This motherfucker's ignorant, dude. He was out there this morning. I guess whoever he's living with was backing out of the driveway. And he was out there. And when my son showed up this morning, he was running around the street and shit on that four-wheeler. Had a backpack on, had his hoodie on, his face mask, and his gloves. And when I got there and went across the street and over looking at all that shit, fixing the fence and all that, I seen that car backing out, so I just stopped right there by the gate, was sitting there looking at it, watching it, and then I seen him, and he looked over at me and shit, and that's when I did that little deal like I'm watching you. So you don't know me, motherfucker, you bitch-ass nigga. And he's, I guess, a little Mexican kid. I ain't for sure how old he is. He's got to be getting close to that ass-whooping age. And they've only lived in there a couple of years, and they ain't paid their house taxes either. I just looked that up. There's 3 different names on that house. But, you know, there's a way, if he's related to any of them names on that house, I already started looking a while ago. Eventually, one of them websites will pop up with their kid's name on there, and then you take them names and go to Facebook, Instagram, all them social media shit until you find them.
Shit, I talked to Lee's nephew. He got nephews that ain't fucking all there in the head. That motherfucker's crazy.
I'd like to find out the little bastard's name, so next time he comes out there talking shit, I just yell over his fucking name. So I told you I'd find out. I will find out eventually. I just gotta take time out to do all this research and shit.
Where does he stay at? Down there by your shop?
Yeah, right across the street. Couple houses down, second house on the north side of the road. The guy that's right next to our yard, he keeps stealing shit from him too.
God damn.
Ellie stole a four-wheeler from the people across the street that was their kids, and they called the cops, and the cops wouldn't do nothing. That's what I'm saying, dude. I don't know what the fuck kind of Twilight Zone bullshit we're in. I don't give a shit if they're illegal Mexicans or legal Mexicans. The motherfuckers stole their kid's four-wheeler, and the cops wouldn't do a goddamn thing about it. He fucking painted it black. And he runs around the fucking neighborhood terrorizing the shit.
He'd be a dead motherfucker. The cops ain't gonna do nothing about it. Oh yeah, he'd be a dead duck.
That old Mexican dude next door to him, he said he'd wish he'd just disappear.
It might happen for him.
Yeah, he says every morning about 4 o'clock, he gets out and starts running around the neighborhood on his goddamn little four-wheeler that's stolen. And gets in our yards, and he told me earlier today when I was talking to that dude, he said on the weekends, there's about 4 of them. There's more of them that show up and get in the yards, and I have no fucking clue what the hell they keep getting, because they've done whacked off all the big shit. So I guess they're clipping all the little bitty stuff or something. I don't fucking know.
Your boss ain't got surveillance out there?
Dude, they painted the cameras and shoved them up to the sky.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah, I was over today cleaning them off and putting them back down. But they'll just do it again. That's like I told my boss, I said, dude, I can put a fucking 1,000 screws in this motherfucking fence and it ain't gonna stop them. They're gonna unscrew the motherfuckers, so. And our hands are tied. The fucking law enforcement don't want to do nothing about it. And the first time we do anything about it, we're gonna be the ones in trouble.
Yeah, that's what I was just fixing to say. If something was happening to the little motherfucker, y'all probably be the one getting blamed for it.
Yeah, it's a bunch of fucking bullshit.
Hey, if you don't mind me asking, Snake, where's that at? What's that address down there?
No, his, hell, I forgot what the hell it was. Oh, it's on 21st, or, I don't know, I have to look up again.
Yeah, just text it to me. You ain't gotta say it over there. Just send me a text message. Man, I wish I knew somebody that knows something about these damn motors. Hell, something starts right up and it still doesn't seem like it ain't got no fucking power. Yeah, I got a funny idea that I'm probably stuck with the motherfucker since I put gas and oil in the motherfucker. Be alright, hell, worst case scenario, I'll put the motherfucker up on Marketplace.
Hey, take that shit to the wetback channel.
Yeah, it's on 24.
Yeah, 24 is the wetback channel.
keying up beeping. Yeah, my door! Who is that? Sound like they're on frequency or something. Well,
What's she figure that shit out, Spig?
sounds like shit. So what can I say? Sounds like a hammered dog shit. Come on. Well, no, the hound brother is be shot. Come on. That gunslinger? Well, 40 Roger, gunslinger, go ahead. Then you finally got that power mic? Yeah, you can tell the difference, huh? Yeah, now I hear your ass now. Oh, 40 Roger.
What the hell?
Yeah, before, man, it was bad. Sound like he's way off down there in Dallas, Texas, trying to talk back up here. Then we got a jackass out there keying up on everybody, I guess. Yeah, we got a big little radio too. This one yet, come on. So what you end up with that road devil? What's that? Is that what you ended up getting, that road devil? Oh yeah, road devil. See if I can have duct tapes, old timers radio signal.
Put it in gear and drive.
Yeah, put that some bitch in gear and drive. Oh hell, I'll be a good try and see if it works to mine and see if it works. Come on.
You don't want that bucket of bolts.
Hell yeah! Sure up. The Royal brought up my modulation.
Bob.
No heartbreaker.
But I can't run them wide open. I get one over the squirrel. Come on.
Wish I had the money to get those twin crates redone, Tippy. I don't know how much it costs, but I like to get them old radios. I made back in 1964, I think.
Heck yeah. Well, hell, you can do it, can't you?
No, I don't have the experience on that old two-type radio, and it needs to be realigned and all that junk. The VFO needs to be cleaned up.
Well, you could always take the old timer a box of donuts and talk to him about it. I'm sure he could fix it.
The hell, the freight to send that to him is going to be about 100 grand. Let's make sure there wasn't no freight on that, man. Make sure it's all covered. Update that, get rid of those paper capacitors in there. So I'll have to rebuild it. It probably cost me $1,000 to have it rebuilt.
Damn it.
You are really seeing over top.
Hell yeah, it'll work as good as this microphone.
Hell yeah.
The receiver on that Drake works fine. I can hear everybody from it's all over the place. It's all the way up to 80 meters.
Yeah, now it's down on the low side. I was on the high side. This is on the low side of my radio. Come on. Now, bud, you still got a copy?
Yeah, go ahead, Gunslinger.
See, this is the low side right here. This is low. I got it down and turned down on low. And right here, I'm fixing to on. That's high right there. I turned it up right there. Does it make much of a difference?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, for you, Roger. Well, at least I can hear you and you hear me. All right, we're good to go.
Roger. Were you at up here on 59?
I'm sitting here at home, about 89 in Western. Come on.
Oh, Roger. Yeah, I'm fixing to get in here and lower my ears.
Well, I sent you, I don't know, I think like 4 pictures or something.
Yeah, the power up, and my phone died earlier, and plugging it on charge, I'm firing it up now.
Hell yeah. Yeah, them names on that, the owner, that's the adult. That's not his name. probably not even real people. I looked them names up, and one's a race car driver in Mexico, and all this movie shit, so I don't know, they're probably using fake ass names. But that's the house, that's where he's at.
Junebug to the rescue.
Nah, maybe I know a crazy little motherfucker let him go.
He's trying to sell the motherfucker next door to him. He said the other day the motherfucker's trying to sell him a Hilti fucking nail gun. Well, one of them shoots metal track down to concrete. If he's trying to sell it to him for $300.
Damn, how much are they?
I don't know, they're quite big because they take like 22 shells. And I used to use one back in the day when I worked for my uncle doing that construction shit. And it's probably, they take little 22 shells and it busts a metal nail down into concrete.
Yeah, Hilti gun's a couple grand. Yeah, you know they got. Well, you know what? I don't know if I'll get these because I ain't got no daddy. I might get it because it's download right now. We'll see.
I pay $40 a month, unlimited data.
Yeah, that's my buddy's old lady. That's what she was telling me. She said, man, you're down here now. You need to get a phone down here.
$989, brand new.
Damn it.
What the hell?
And this a little punk ass kid ain't never had a job in his life, fucking trying to sell that shit.
Oh, you talking about that Hilti deal?
Yeah.
Trying to sell it for $300. And then wondering, where'd it come from, your boss?
I don't know where he got it from. He stole it from somewhere.
Man might chew him down or just take the motherfucker from him.
That was a while back. I'm sure he's probably done sold that motherfucker.
At least I'm shifting gears and passing wheels unlike you, slowpoke.
Goddamn, them people won't do nothing about their four-wheeler? What the fuck? Wish it wouldn't fly right here. Yeah, we got two four-wheelers right here, back here behind the fence right now. And then that damn bike of mine, that's right. I'll stick it right out there in front of you. Right, because my window's right there, you know, I'm just itching to catch somebody out there fucking around.
Come on, sure.
Yeah, I'll catch him in the yard, whoop the fuck out of him, and throw him back over the fence and tell him to come back for more.
Hell, I bet them people are stealing bicycles, them homeless motherfuckers.
It's alright, they can get knocked off too.
all blacked out, strapped on, and in the bushes. Yeah.
No discrimination.
He one of them pedophile vans. So while he's over there doing all this dumb shit, you just run up and snatch him up.
Ice cream truck.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, it's the ice cream man.
So back in the day, before they blocked it all off, you could snatch them up, go down to the river, have a little talk.
Yeah, one of us wouldn't make it back, probably.
Go get you one of them wood chippers. Put that sumbitch in the freezer for about 24 hours. Take him out to the lake, point that wood chipper out into the water and just...
We got you know, them crematorium thingamabobs in there.
Well, you catch some pretty good fish after you done that.
Yeah, I'm just out here chumming the lake.
Hell yeah. Yeah, we got the capability to turn shit to dust.
That's where the ice cream truck comes in handy. Put him in that ice cream truck for a couple of days.
Set him in take care of him. About a 20-foot building. While he's just coming out of that hot ice, it break in 1,000 pieces like glass.
Hell yeah, catch them big uns. Chum the water with Mexican food.
Hold up.
Starting with that motherfucker.
You love fish. I don't know what you do with fish, though. Oh, look here, I caught a dornfish on a wiener.
Hell yeah.
Damn it, I might have to be night rider tonight.
What?
I might have to be a night rider tonight.
I can't understand you.
I might have to be the night rider tonight.
Oh, that 2 or 3 of you repeating it there. I didn't know what the hell.
I was night rider for many years when I drove a truck. Come on. Just better get some brakes. I ain't got no brakes. No brakes.
One guy.
All right, we good. Have me some homemade fajitas and rice. Hell yeah.
Buffy?
Gonna go.
What the hell was that?
Well, I have no idea. I just walked in the room.
That stupid fucking Mexican.
Go find him, Junebug.
Yeah, go get him, Junebug.
Say him, Junebug, say him.
He ain't got no goat ass to show up. My bull mother. How big a bull are you? Hell yeah, I see the opportunity of a lifetime. I'm disabled too. Yeah, I got me one.
Damn, some AC buzz going on around here. That motherfucker's over here fucking humming.
I'm glad it's quiet over here as far as that shit goes.
I don't know, somebody got some fucked up shit over here.
I wouldn't doubt it. Some of them little motherfuckers, 4 foot tall taco motherfuckers probably tried to play home repairman.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Get your fucking Ola the fuck out of
See, that's what I'm trying to figure out, where that fucking Roger beat keeps come from, that dead kid Roger beat.
Get the Ola out of here and speak some fucking English.
Oh, just ignore the Roger. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna let me get them pictures.
Oh man, a big old glass of unsweet tea with a chunk of squoze lemon in it. Oh yeah. I go as far as I got me one of them citrus presses. You put it in there and just squeeze it with your hand. Oh yeah, good shit.
Is that Bahoo from the Big Island of Burger King?
I get every drop out of that piece of lemon. Now it's about time for the after dinner baby.
No.
Taco Bender. Hola, Taco Bender. Vámonos, get out of there.
I know one thing, I guess I'll find out who's got the electrical short around here when we see it go up in flames.
Yeah, your lights might get dim around there, but you'll hear it. There'll be some little motherfucker standing down the road with his black hair standing straight up looking like Rastus.
I don't know. Last time I was doing that, I got on my beam and spun around. It's like northwest of me over here. So it's probably across the street somewhere over here.
There ain't no telling. Could be one of them or one of them little businesses or shops over that way on 29th, too. Somebody over trying to play electrician and ain't got a fucking sense to hook his fucking speaker up.
Well, you can hear it. I just went off before I keyed, but it keeps coming on and going off. You can see it on that live stream and hear it just.
Damn it.
He's walking the dog, walking the dog.
I'm fixing to have me some PCP over here. Come on.
Toot. purple cream pie. Come on.
Yeah, come on.
We'll have some strawberry shortcake.
I just felt like having the mule kick. This shit's like 32.4% THC. Yeah, you can tell it's a little bit better than some of the stuff I've seen in the low mid-20s. And my cookies and cream, it's 33.1.
Damn, that shit's tearing my receive up bad. That dude's got a 2950 or something. That's what it sounds like. That 2950 beat where it kind of hangs up.
Oh, yeah. Well, it ain't gonna last long in that truck bouncing around. It's gonna break that fucking board, and he's gonna be bye-bye, birdie.
He's probably out there looking for some Kool-Aid.
And look for Kool-Aid and get Belga.
God damn.
Come on. Oh, Lordy.
Well, sí, cómo no. 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 Hola.
Hell yeah. Yeah, listen to this shit. Oh.
And look for Kool-Aid and get Belga.
You can hear that buzzing noise in there.
God damn, boy, it's got your ears pinned up.
I'm saying, what the hell is that?
That fucking electric noise over here. Somebody's shit's gonna burn down probably.
I'll get 911 on speed dial, but it won't be long.
Yeah, I don't hear it.
What's wrong with you, wetback?
He's just showing you how retarded he is. One of those Mexico educations.
His name's El Ricardo.
Call me about the Dodge Dart.
Did he? What'd he say?
They wanted to ETA when it was going to be there. I said it'd be there in the morning.
Alright. You wasn't pissed about it or nothing? Maybe it's, they're taking a siesta. Could be a siesta. You should be able to hear me a little better now. Well, that's right on. I heard you before. Oh, boy, Roger. Hold up. Not the Ola guy. Sounds like old rotary phone, the mobile phones like we used to have. Put your finger in there and slap it over. Not the skin flu. The chicken man and there's Redneck. I thought you was out, right?
Down at the Long Branch, wait for the next cold beer.
Just out here yakking that gunslinger. What about gunslinger? Oh, I just told Roughneck I was talking to you. Oh, boy, Roger. I heard him at the boat.
Yeah, they're gonna fucking deport your retarded ass.
Hell yeah, motherfucker, you better get all your joyriding done pretty quick, 'cause your ass fixed to go bye-bye. I'll be back. Skip's trying to come back in there. That's the guy that caused it all. Yeah, he's out there somewhere. Waving a hand. What's Rocky doing? Now what you gonna do on this beautiful, beautiful Monday evening? Man, that sounds good. Man, he's hungry. Boy, it was a pretty day. It's pretty close. Oh no, I need to put some batteries in my sensor out there outside so I can see what temperature it is. Yeah, the batteries went dead. Battery? Is it batteries or is it battery?
only problem is it's got 2, 3 batteries. Fuck, you gotta change one, change them all.
Well, I know that's right.
Taco Bender. Taco Bender.
Yeah, I played hooky all day.
Yeah, I've been chasing car parts, radio parts.
Hell yeah. I seen that old black kid that he's in hiding now. Old race baiting motherfuckers. So we gotta move him to an undisclosed location for his safety. Fuck him and his safety. Hell, they ought to have the executioner just stab him right in the heart. I think that's, hell, I'd vote for it. These motherfuckers go out and kill people and shit and fuck people up like that for no reason. They should have the same thing done to them.
Yeah, death. Well, yeah.
If you're out terrorizing the neighborhoods and stealing shit, you know, that's a different story.
Well, you know, it's fixing to peace. We're fixing to either stand on our own or we ain't gonna have nothing. Come on. So it's either
Shut up, you goddamn goat fucking son of a bitch.
say we've had enough. All illegals must go. You ain't got a green card, you ain't here, you gotta go. Line up, cause you fucking me. Oh, wanna go.
Hell yeah. Right on, Komodo.
Oh no, not the chicken guy.